On the horizontal YouTube stream. I'm gonna just pop these chats out. There's a 1. And a 2. Great. We've got 3 streams running today. We've got 3 streams running right now. It is beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. How's the doggo today? Did you give him extra love? I mean, I gave him as much as I think I probably could have today. Did I give him extra love? Well, I suppose that would require a frame of reference as to what a regular amount of love looks like compared to extra love. So I don't know if I've met whatever your bar for the word extra might be, but I think we had a pretty nice morning. It's been raining and windy and rainy and windy and rainy and windy and rainy and windy and just super, 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 super rainy. And it is still pouring rain. It is still pouring rain. It has just not stopped. It has absolutely not stopped. I woke up, went to take Lewis out, and it was just crazy. Torrential downpour, just like yesterday. It's just still going. It's just still going and going and going and going and going. So that's kind of been crazy. That's kind of been crazy. It's been very rainy out here in the PNW. Very, very rainy indeed. So that's really the biggest thing. That's the biggest thing. I think we got a small craft advisory. Yeah. Wind speeds of 21 to 33 knots and or seas of 10 feet or higher are expected to produce hazardous wave conditions to small craft. Inexperienced mariners, especially those operating smaller vessels, should avoid navigating in these conditions. So they're basically saying the weather is so bad, you shouldn't be trying to take your boats out because the wind is blowing up to 33 knots. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm going to out myself right here. I have no idea if knots are an American thing or a global thing. Does everybody use knots? Is that a universal? Is it a universal thing if I just say knots? Okay. I don't know if they have some other shit for knots over in Europe. I don't know. So I just figured I'd ask. I just figured I'd humble myself a little and ask. Okay, so you guys know what knots are then. That's great. I don't have to worry about anybody not knowing what knots are. I feel like I just gained a new brain fold there. I have found a new way to communicate with people. If I can convert anything temperature, speed, or wind-wise into knots, then Europeans will understand. I don't have to do miles per hour and kilometers if I can do knots. That's good to know. That's good to know. I feel like I just created a life hack for myself. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, so it's windy. It is friggin' pouring rain. Tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of rain. When I went to walk Lewis this morning to go to the restroom, go do his, when nature calls, as you do when you wake up and you have a dog, and he was sopping wet. He got soaked so fast. It is just absolutely calming down. So we were out and back in real quick. We have a couple of plans. We had a couple of plans. We're like, oh yeah, there's some places in the town where we live where we're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna walk over here and just pick something up when I'm done streaming. And now it's like, okay, when you get home, actually, we're just gonna go together now because we're gonna just go do errands when Katie gets home from work because it's probably still just gonna be torrential downpour at this point. So yeah, I was reading about that, and apparently there's supposed to be like some record snowfall, I think, in Los Angeles is what they were saying. It's supposed to be crazy. It's supposed to be some crazy amount of snow in California, like all over. They're saying Sierra Nevada might get like 10 feet or something up in the higher elevations. Crazy. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. So yeah, we've got some weather. That groundhog, man, the groundhog, Punxsutawney Phil, he came out, he didn't see his shadow. He's like, guys, summer is coming, spring is coming soon, but it's not the spring you're expecting. It's going to be springing into torment. There you go. That's your upbeat start to today's show. I hope you've got yourself some nice tea or perhaps some hot chicken nuggets, whatever it is that keeps you warm on a cold, rainy day. I'm just going to look at the forecast. That'll be the last thing. Let's see. What are we looking at long term? So we've got the national weather. We got the weather advisory. According to the hourly weather forecast, it's actually going to stop raining. It is supposed to stop raining for a little bit, and then it's going to start again tonight. So it says that the rain is supposed to stop within the next half hour, and then it's going to be about 20% chance of rain until 7 o'clock, and then it's going to be 60 again. So it's supposed to start raining around 7 p.m. So we've got maybe 5 or 6 hours, and then it's just going to rain again and again and again. And when I look at tomorrow's forecast, it is rain the whole entire day. A little bit clearer tomorrow night. And then Saturday is going to be rain, snow. They're forecasting snow on Saturday. They're forecasting some snow showers on Saturday. And then just rain. Crazy. Let me look at the 10-day. So the 10-day, today's rain, tomorrow's rain. Saturday's rain. Sunday is afternoon rain. Monday is rain and snow. Tuesday is rain and snow. And then Wednesday is partly cloudy. And then next Thursday, mostly cloudy. So two maybe cloudy days. And then the 8th through the 14th, it just says showers. Showers. So it's going to be, yeah. I need to finally get that Curious George raincoat for Lewis. That's what I need to do. I gotta get my dog just a big yellow raincoat. That's going to end up being the final solution for that, I think, to fix that. Not to use those two words next to each other, but they just came out. That's gonna hopefully we just get a nice raincoat for Lewis, and then it won't matter anymore. Because he comes in and he is just wet, and he doesn't seem to complain, but he gets it everywhere. So yeah. I just need to get him a nice big yellow raincoat, and then all of my problems will be solved. Hopefully it doesn't freeze after the rain. Nah, for the snow that they're forecasting is on the low. So it's like the temperature average is going to be Celsius wise. Here, let me just switch it over. But Celsius wise, the average temperature is looking probably like 2 or 3, maybe 5. Oh yeah, much more than that. So today, right now, it is 3 degrees Celsius. So it's only 3. It's only 3. The rest of the week, the low is going to be 6, according to this, anyway. So it shouldn't be too bad. The absolute low on the days that they're forecasting snow is -1 Celsius. So none of it is going to like freeze long term or anything. It's just a tremendous amount of precipitation. Just a lot of precipitation. Lots of rain. Lots of rain. All right, let's build battle cruisers. Let's do co-op battle cruisers. We might as well. I think that's the plan. Let's do Han Horner. Yeah, it's cozy. Very rainy. Very, very, very rainy. Sounds like Twilight. Well, this is what I was expecting when I moved here. Like this was what I wanted. People are like, "Oh, Nathan," but you don't even know. You're like, "Oh, Nathan, it rains all the time in Washington." And I'm like, "Joke's on you. I'm into that." You know, that's a big reason why I wanted to move out here. I love rain. So that part doesn't bother me that there is rain. It is fascinating to look at a forecast and see that there is going to be so much, even if I like it, you know? I'm just like, damn. Everybody said it would be like that all the time out here, and that is not the case. It does not actually rain all the time. But I feel like part of that has to do with climate change, but on the other hand, now that there is a lot of rain, I'm just happy. So, I'm just happy. Rain clears, it cleans the air, cleans a lot of things. And the air and stuff is already really clean here. So, for me, it's like a triple whammy. A little triple whammy. Little triple whammy. Don't blame me after living in LA. Yeah. The nicest days, like the nicest weather days when I lived in LA were always the days after the rain. Rain pulls a lot of stuff down. Rain pulls a lot of stuff down. Whoa. There you go. Might as well just let him know. Might as well just let him know.
Yeah, whatever.
All God. What's up, Andrea? What's happening? I'd say everything is all good. I don't know about all God. That feels like one of the things I probably can't say.
In the rear with the gear. Big jump.
Nate the Almost. Yeah, I mean, I don't think of myself as a deity. Am I a little cocky? Yeah, that's because I made it to the point of having an old man's level of self-introspection at the age of 20. So it is true. It is true that I don't have that young fear of people not liking me for 40 more years. I don't have that. I don't have that, whatever that is, that fear of like making a mistake and being embarrassed forever. I don't have that feeling. I'm very well aware that nobody cares. So maybe that's the closest thing I have to a superpower, but to say that I'm a god might be reaching a little bit. I mean, if it's your words, then, well, who am I to argue? But for me, Oh, these guys will clear the mineral patches? Oh, I had no idea. Wow. Mines can do the minerals. Fantastic.
Enemy forces approaching. Defense required.
So I can clear the mines that appear on the mineral patches using the little blockers. I can clear them with these. Yes, Sage Nate. Oh, yes. You're 42, you don't care anymore? Yeah, exactly. Oh, what will this person think? Oh, no. Oh, no. If I leave the party early because I don't want to stay here and drink until 2 in the morning, people will think I'm boring. Oh, no. Yeah. Big fucking whoop. You think any of the people that want you to stay and have another beer are going to be dealing with the same hangover as you? You think they're going to care how you feel in the morning? No, man. Do you, all right? Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Be happy.
Let's get this over with.
Anybody that thinks they have a right to judge you is nobody worth listening to anyway. It takes a very small mind to be entirely focused on other people. I think I cleared him there. Yeah, so this should just make it really difficult for the mineral patches to get super blocked. So that's just awesome. That's got to be. It's top choice. Top sirloin. Can I get a battle cruiser yet? Are we almost there? We're almost there. We're almost there. You judge yourself enough for most everyone else everywhere. Yeah, exactly, right? That was the other thing too, is, you know, you doing less of that is also really big. Nobody else is gonna cut you slack like you deserve to cut yourself. That's another big one. Everybody's always like, yeah, I gotta hold myself accountable because I'm just a horrible person, and I know that I can always be better. But also, like, the truth is, actually, very few people think that way and care at all about doing the right thing to that degree. Very few people do. If you feel that way, you're doing a lot. You're doing a lot. Don't be so hard on yourself. If you have the capacity to have any awareness whatsoever about the thing I'm talking about right now, you probably don't need to be that hard on yourself. Being super hard on myself was actually the thing that really made everything worse. Dealing with other people becomes a lot easier. Dealing with other people becomes a lot easier once you're nicer to yourself. But if you're still in the cycle of repeating anything negative in your head to yourself over and over again, you know, there's very few things as a person that you're capable of doing that would make you deserve that kind of misery. All right? I love you guys. You deserve to be happy. Love yourselves. It's highly unlikely any of you will be remembered for your failures or mistakes, so don't remember yourself for them either. You like my jacket today? Thanks, Krent. Thanks. I felt, you know, it's been very, very rainy, and I haven't really been able to open the window because it's coming down. So today I kind of creaked it open and blocked it with a towel, so no rainwater or anything like gets in. So that's where I'm at right now. So it gets a little bit chilly when I do that because it is very cold outside, and the rain is bringing the temperature down pretty quickly with the window open. So today was wear a nice light jacket, wear a light jacket kind of day. Woo! Perfect. Okay. I was a little worried we might lose another BC there. I was a little worried. And by another, I mean we haven't lost any yet, but I was worried we would lose a BC. I was. Spiraling negative thoughts? Yeah, no, it's true. I have the same thing. That's literally, like, I used to feel that way all the time. Like, streaming was just that feeling 24/7. Like, every time I would have a unit die that shouldn't have died, or like if something got picked off, like I would go through all these scenarios in my head of like failure and what that would mean, and everything that I would lose and everything bad that would happen, you know? And then it would trigger a really aggressive response to try to make that not be the case. And then what you realize is you're just a tea kettle with no spout. And when that happens, if you don't have a spout, then you're just gonna start to explode until cracks open up and that pressure gets released, you know? And the stronger of a person you are, the more that pressure is going to be able to build up before you break, which means the bigger the explosion's going to be when it inevitably does. That's how you can be a person that wants to be really nice and do nice things and still blow the fuck up like a psychopath, because the reality is I'm made of something much stronger than metal, you know? I've held some horrible, difficult stuff in for a really long time, and that's a big reason why I was the way that I was. It always feels weird to talk about that stuff, but that's also some of the only way to work through it. And we have such a culture on this planet of never talking about any of it, so I don't really feel embarrassed about that either. I like to think of it as, if it's very difficult for other people, then at the very least, maybe being willing to talk about it can help some other people that feel that way occasionally. But yeah. The grudges, the regret, the self-loathing, you know? It's not worth it, man. It's not worth it. There are so many things. We have so much time. We do. We have so much time and so little time. We have so much time to change the way that things are, and yet at the same time, so little time to spend so much worrying about it all, right? That's why it's so important to focus on what matters. Find those things. Find those things that bring you that joy. Give your energy and attention to those things, and you'll get it back. You'll get it back. The same way that giving your attention and energy to negative things brings it all back too, you know? That cause and effect, that Newton's law, that equal and opposite pressure.
Catch you off guard.
That's why I still like to be a little aggressive, because I think on one hand there is the fear of doing wrong, and then on the other hand I think there is the paralysis that comes with you know, the unwillingness to put yourself in a situation where you have to stick up for something, right? Even when it's uncomfortable. That's why I come on here and talk about mental health like a moron, so that hopefully the one or two people watching going through some tough shit maybe hear a little bit of inspiration. But you know, most people just do the deflection. They say, oh well, you know, I'm just a bad person, I deserve it, wah wah wah. Everybody's really easy about letting it roll off their shoulders, but I don't think you always should. I don't think you always should just let it roll off your shoulders. Feel it, acknowledge it, give it the validation that it deserves, and don't let it sit inside the tea kettle until it breaks.
The Dominion fleet can disembark anytime.
Because you got to remember, you are the tea kettle. Yeah, amen to that. Amen to that. That's why you got to be kind to yourself. Because the day that things do get hard, the day that things are difficult, trust me, everybody will be more than happy to hit you with their "I told you so"s. Everybody else has that same fear. They take it out on each other all the time. You'll never be short. You'll never be short on criticism for doing something that's actually wrong. But don't let that voice in your head that tells you you're gonna blow it up, ruin it all. Because all the people that are actually making decisions, they don't have that voice in their head. That's a big reason why so many things are bad. But if you feel that way at all, if you're capable of feeling that way at all, then you're much more likely to be exactly the kind of person that would probably be best to have around. I'm trying so hard to kill him. My battle cruisers are all super low.
Client's willing to pay extra to take out the trains on the bottom track. You take them out, Amon's mad, and I'm happy. Win-win.
Did I get nuked? No, no, no. There are those trains, though. There are 2 trains. That's a problem.
Begin the attack.
Satisfaction achieved.
Ah!
Enemy
This is it.
imminent. Prepare defenses.
Do I have the teleport cooldown to even catch up with this is the problem. I don't think my BCs, I don't think my battle cruisers are even fast enough to deal with this. I'm gonna have to kill this with the nuke. There we go. That was actually pretty good.
Their warehouses should be looking real empty right now. Not too many trains left to go.
We did it!
Destruction confirmed. Enemy loss severe.
I mean, I lost like everything, but we saved it. We saved the city, Patrick. We saved the city. Or shaved it, one of the two.
No time for romance, husband.
They've all got fades now. They're looking fresh. Fresh AF. Oh yeah, the enemy bombardments too, huh? Yeah, this has been this mutator set. They've got the Omnivamp, so their units all basically heal forever. And the hard part is his battle cruisers are way too tanky. Well, really the problem is I'm going battle cruisers and I'm up against mass Vikings and everything, so I'm kind of just cooked here. I'm kind of just cooked. Yeah, no, we're absolutely. I mean, this is the last train, but we got the Terran. We got the Terran, so we did get the Terran, which unfortunately makes things very difficult. Do I have enough? Can I actually make anything here? I mean, we would win. If we could kill this train, we win. It's over. So, except we're dead. I mean, this train can get away too. If we could kill this train, we would win. Oh my god. Well, he's still got giant army here. Yeah, he can just kill. I think he can just burst down my BCs though. Rest in Alfredo sauce.
Can't let them do that again.
Rip, boys.
We're losing numbers.
I've got one Raven. GG. Rest in Alfredo. Fettuccine. GG. That was an absolutely brutal mutator. That, in my opinion, is one of the most difficult co-op missions you can get, where I talk about how the train mission is fun because it has a predictable time length and larger attack waves, but that's where it becomes really crazy when you have when you get the big Terran tier 3 airwave. Han and Horner's BCs are good, but they cost a lot of money to repair, so it's like, if I had the mines set up, probably would have been the move. I needed to set up a lot of static defense, I think, with that. The BCs just didn't really have a place that they could retreat to very effectively, you know? Yeah. Snow dump of like 30 inches. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get hit by that, but maybe the weather forecasts, whenever they're like big on rain, I think we're a slightly higher elevation where we are. So anytime that they make the big rain forecast, there's the potential that it's snow for us, but we have not been getting the snow. We haven't been getting it. I think Katie ends up going into Snohomish a lot for work. And she said that they had like, there were a couple inches on the ground over there. So they were kind of crazy. They got some, but we haven't really gotten much. Sadly, we have not gotten much in the way of snow. Hi, Danny. Good to see you. You thought Han and Horner were the cutest couple? Yeah. They've got a little bit of that will they, won't they, / also, you know, unable to back out of deal where he won her in Game of Cards, which apparently she was down with. They've got a complex thing going on. Yeah, exactly. Yo, Yodelhorn. Hey, hey. It's like another thing that like eventually you just kind of start to realize is that the happy people, you know, the happy, productive, hardworking people that you know in your life are also usually not the people that are going around commenting on everything negatively and about how they don't like this or, oh, this is bad. And, you know, it's always just got to be a focus on that. But you'll notice that the people that talk about that stuff all the you very rarely see that shift, right? And it's a tough cycle that people get themselves into. I used to do the same thing with like I'm a cynic because I'm just a realist. But then you realize that while, yes, you could live your life just accepting that there are a lot of horrible things you can do nothing about and you should just always expect the worst, it's also not really a fun way to live. On some level, you still got to try to enjoy yourself a little bit, you know? You can't. There's no medal in hell for being the guy that was the most, the most pessimistic about everything. There's no trophy in the afterlife for being a Debbie Downer about it all either. It's like, oh yeah, you were right that everything sucked. And in between the bad times, I was happy. And in between the bad times, you were miserable. You know? That's something that people choose. When I became aware of that was the moment when I realized that that wasn't a healthy way for me to live. Picking your battles is definitely a very big, important part of having success in a lot of different areas of your life. But don't avoid all of them either. And don't take all of them on either. The balance is everything, man. The balance is everything. What's the plan? Factory before expand into Cyclones? Oh yeah, this game? Let me see. Well, he's Terran. Yeah, probably. TVT we've got ironed out pretty nicely. Little Cyclone drop into BCs. What I like to do. Yeah, long story short. Love yourselves, guys. Okay? There's a much greater risk of you not being kind enough to yourself than you being too kind to yourself. You can go too far in that direction, but probably easier to work from there. You deserve to be happy. No reason needed. I don't think people proxy on this map though. I think this map is a little bit big for that, so I wasn't feeling concerned. I don't usually play this map because it's got like an impossible to take third base. Like you can't really take a third base on this map very effectively. But I'm not thinking about third base this game, so. Hong, hong, hong. Hong, 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 hong. But we're not on my planet, are we? I'ma say mama sama makasa. Oh, my cyclone bugged. Rip. That's unfortunate. You know, I feel like if I play this game out and lose, I'm gonna get probably a little tilted because of the bug. So I think I just leave the game. We'll just go next. This new format is wild. I'm constantly impressed with your adoption of new tech. You are effing awesome. Thanks, man. We're live in both formats too, so we're live in both formats. You don't have to watch. You don't have to watch in horizontal if you don't. You don't have to watch in vertical if you don't want to. We have it on both settings, so you're good. We got a random player, so I'm just gonna do the cyclone drop. We'll just YOLO into that, so we don't have to think about it. Yeah, we've got three streams running at the moment. Technically, one replay buffer as well. So I've got 4 encoders going at right now. It's been stable with 3 encoders all week. I added the 4th encoder today, so I have the replay buffer for the shorts feed back up again. One streaming PC? No, I use 2 PCs. I use 2 PCs to stream. You can run multiple streams on one instance of OBS. Yeah, you can run multiple streams on one instance of OBS. Yeah. Yeah, on YouTube, it just has the in-game music, and then on Twitch, I have the playlist going, since Twitch is a little bit more lax about playing music on the live streams. Yeah, see, he's Protoss, so we basically get what we wanted. Build order works out. Is it built out GPU wise or CPU heavy? Well, I'm just gonna tell you the specs of my machine because I don't know what exactly you mean by that. My streaming PC has a Ryzen 3950X as the CPU, which is a 16-core, 32-thread processor, and I have a NVIDIA RTX 3070 graphics card in it. I have a very complex, high-level production flow, so I could try to explain all of it in like 3 or 4 sentences that run on for maybe 5 minutes, but I'm not really sure. If you're not an OBS guru, most of the words I think are it's all very, very, very specific language, etc. Yeah, people were complaining about not having the horizontal YouTube stream. I was kind of trying to wait until I could try to bring it back in 4K, but people were complaining so much, I just downgraded the quality on it, so we don't have to worry about it anymore. Now the YouTube stream is the exact same stream as the Twitch stream as far as the video quality goes. They're both the same. I'm just running the same encoder. I'm just running the same encoder back to the YouTube. Originally, the YouTube stream was higher video quality, but there are so many people that just like did not read my message about trying to do vertical and horizontal that I got sick of it, honestly. I just got sick of being asked questions about stuff that I had talked about a million times, so I just gave up and downgraded the YouTube. At some point, if I can raise the capacity on the streaming PC, I'll turn it back up, but for now, it all works, so. For now, it all works. people don't really like sub or do any of that stuff over on YouTube, so it's like not really. There's not really much of an incentive for me to prioritize it over other stuff. I would rather just have it working, so that's where we are with it. That's where we are with it. Xeon Threadripper? Yeah. Did I set it up by myself or have a professional do it? I am the professional. I set it up. There's no college teaching people how to do live video production with OBS Studio, and if there is, I've got many more years than anybody who's taken one of those courses could have. Trust me, nobody's hiring for technicians that know how to use OBS Studio either. Womp womp. Oh. Couple probes. Yeah, I don't hire anybody to do any of this stuff for me. I took classes for software development. I just thought it was really boring. I like getting my hands on stuff, you know. I like pushing levers and seeing what happens. That's kind of how my brain works. I'm not really a take nothing but letters and numbers and turn it into something kind of guy. I took courses for all of that stuff in high school and college, but I didn't enjoy it. So I like interacting, you know. I wanted to have a job where I would be working with people or with my hands on machines, you know what I mean, kind of a thing. I'd rather be the guy that does all the software configuration rather than the guy that builds the software. That's just me personally. I'm very good at looking at things and envisioning them differently than they are. I would categorize that as one of my strengths. If you ever needed to write a parody of a song, I could take any set of lyrics and change everything whatever way you want. That's the kind of thing that I'm very good at. I used to have an entire series of parody songs when I was in high school with me and all my nerd friends. I wrote so much shit like that. I love stuff like that. I'm a great manipulator of data and information in that way. I love using tools. I don't know that I have the brain for making tools. I just like using them. I do make some of my own tools, like my setup on my streaming PC. I don't actually have to do any configuration. It took a long time for me to get it to be where it is now, but all I do is just turn both computers on and it functions like I have one PC with two screens. That's it. Nothing else. That is it. I'm a great, troubleshooter. I'm a really good problem solver. You can just give me a bunch of crap and be like, this doesn't work. This is how it's supposed to work. Just mess with this for a few hours. I'm very good in those situations. That's why I like playing video games, you know, because it's mostly just figuring things out, really.
off. Talk. Ready.
See what we can find here.
Dropping off. Where's the emergency?
You're 31 years old? Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. I raised myself on the internet. I grew up in a single parent household, so my dad would usually work like 12 hours a day to feed us and stuff. So most of my childhood I spent on the computer at home by myself because we lived in the middle of nowhere. Or with all my, I did it with all my nerd friends I made in high school. And we all just did nerd stuff like play StarCraft all day and that kind of thing. Getting banned, getting suspended from high school for and setting up emulators on the school PCs to play Pokemon when we finished our website classwork. All that kind of thing. Super nerd. Super nerd. I'm like one of the first generation of unsupervised children that were on 4chan and shit like that, I'm that guy that likes to scour the technology space for people that leak stuff there. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. He's turtled up pretty hard now, but I think that means he gives us the space for the economy that we need. So let's go for it. Let's go for it. That was back there in the earliest days of shit posting, Homestar Runner. Back when the biggest thing on the internet was the weekly release of a new epic rap battles of history. Back when people cared about epic rap battles of history. That used to be the biggest show on the internet. That was like a whole thing. People would lose their shit when a new episode of that would come out. That was like the biggest deal. The whole who won, who's next, you decide. That was like the first form of online democracy, man. Shit was wild. Shit was absolutely wild. Even at a very young age, I realized that technology was a great equalizer between myself and those who were born with much more than me. It gave me tremendous access, not only to resources to learn how to better myself, and do things in the real world that are not so easy to learn how to do or figure out or hear other people's thoughts on, There's a whole lot of stuff out there. But it's something that I think of very fondly. I love technology. All the cool things that I would never have had in my life. If I was born a wealthy person 150 years ago, I wouldn't have a tenth of the shit to do that I could do today as a random ass normie. I think about stuff like that. Even the richest man in the world in 1900 couldn't play video games and smoke weed in his apartment, you know what I mean? He just had to go watch poor people kill each other in a pit of mud and pretend like that was the most exciting thing in the world. I do not envy them. I do not envy them. Even the richest man in the world could do nothing but watch people fight in a pile of shit. I am good. Playing video games and watching movies and TV with my wife and my dog and not getting in anybody's business and not hurting anybody. That's a pretty fine life if you ask me. GG. Yeah, my cyclone drops did not get much done there, huh? The orgy might have been decent. Yeah, before soap. You think I want to live in a world without Dove? Are you kidding me? You think I want to live in a world without deodorant? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Absolutely not. You know what my number one thing that I do every day, all the things that I do every single day, there's only a few that are completely unshakable. And taking a nice shower with my exfoliating coconut body wash is oh man. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I could go be a lord in the 1700s and be rich and have a bunch of filthy concubines and people around me and just basically hope I don't catch some random cold that'll kill me even though I'm rich because medicine doesn't exist. No, I'm good. I'm good on that. I'm good on that. That's a fantasy for somebody else. I just wish we had more movie theater arcade malls. If I ever become a billionaire, that's what I'm going to do. We're going to have more movie theater arcade malls. Or we'll just have one and it'll be awesome. Whatever it takes. Yeah, exactly. People using leeches and stuff. No, man. Forget the obvious things. You don't want to know what people did for contraception in the year 1000. No thanks, man. No thanks. Being a pleb in 2024 ain't so bad. I'm happy. I certainly couldn't have played StarCraft 200 years ago. Maybe Artosis was, but not me. Yeah, there were lots of different ways. Lots of ways. Nathan was a big history buff in high school, too. I like learning. Love your jacket. Thanks, Ateos. Thank you, thank you. I got this jacket from Stanzi Potenza. She posts deep fried memes on YouTube. And also demonic stuff. You should just look out for that. There's a mix between Saw Trap references and just straight up witchcraft. Yeah, but a lot of people are into witchcraft, so I have a deathly fear of being sacrificed in a Wiccan ritual, so I respect them, but I try not to engage. Have I seen Dune yet? No, I have not. I have not. I didn't read the book, so I wasn't sure I was gonna look at it. There was a lot going on there. Did somebody? You know, I don't even know what message you. I didn't even see anything happen there. Did someone post something weird? My mods are really on top of stuff. They have the ability to mark users as suspicious when they post weird stuff in chat, and then once they do that, if they post again, my mods can see the message they're trying to send, but I never see it. It doesn't even pop up on my screen. That's one of the very few good changes Twitch has made in the last few years. If you guys are sending in like a unban request or something from the stream, I'm not looking at any of that stuff. I don't touch that. I don't ban people. I don't unban people. I'll time somebody out if chat's getting crazy, and it's like I just feel like I have a second to do something. I'll try, but I don't waste my time with any of that anymore. It is really not that difficult to just be like a somewhat normal person, you know. It's really not that hard, actually. Wasn't too weird. Just a lot of adult words. Sexual language, then. Yeah. You can ignore Audio Maxi, by the way. He's a little bit of a line tower, but he hasn't crossed it. He hasn't crossed any lines. He will try to get you to cross the line, though. Yeah. He's the kind of guy that sees you delete a message and then asks what the deleted message was, but he's otherwise a pretty nice guy. He's trying to open Pandora's box, that's all. He doesn't know no better. All he sees are the rhinestones on the handle, and he says, "Ooh, pretty." Can't blame him. Can't blame him. Have you seen Pandora's bracelets? Clearly, their box would be. Sorry, I was going a couple layers deep on that one. If you get that joke, I appreciate you. That just reminds me of the Mac scene from It's Always Sunny. He's like, "Ah, those terrible things you can't say in chat. Ah, I would hate to accidentally say one of those things. What were those things so I don't?" That's kind of like, ah. Look, guys, if we all type all of the words that we're not supposed to say at the same time into chat, then everybody will know what we're not supposed to say, and then everybody will be able to play by the rules. Is that, am I doing it right? Am I doing it right? Just to be safe. Yeah, just to be safe. Thank you. You got it. You got it. Yeah. Just to be safe. Exactly. Exactly. We got a nice little spicy start to the stream today. This is fun. This is like old times, huh? It's nice. Let's double battlecruiser rush this biatch. I'm sure he's actually a nice guy, but for the purposes of the show, we have to create a little bit of drama. Just think of it like WWE. Nobody's feelings are actually getting hurt, except the person who loses. Michael Scott. Just to be sure. Just to be double plus safe, right? Double plus safe, good. Double plus safe, good, sure. Exactly, exactly. Whatever you do, guys, don't talk about that one pizza topping that gets everyone riled up. Oh, he's got some Big Daddy Hydras. He's got some Big Daddy Hydras coming up. This is gonna get a little crazy. So I'm guessing what we're gonna have happen here is basically just, oh, he's already doing it. It's coming. The Hydra all in is here. Damn. Look at this Hydra timing. He's crazy. How about that? My brother over here just yeeting a bunch of Hydralisks at me like they're freaking Skittles. Ain't 100 of them in the bag, sir. I actually opened up with fast building armor, too. Specifically for the sole purpose of giving myself that half a second of... Well, it's not done yet either, so who's the genius? I mean, people that do this, right? There it is. I'm not surprised he was ready for round 2. he's made so many Hydras so early and gotten upgrades that it's like it's really tough for me because I feel like I should be able to go attack him, but he could be going Corruptors at any point. So if I teleport directly into his base and he's going Corruptors, then we're dead. Like the game is over. So I don't really care if that happens, but I don't think that the people watching want this game to end that specific way. I think you guys probably want to see me pull this out since we've managed to get to this point. That's my personal take. So I want to try and see if I can make that happen for y'all. Feel like that's what the people want. So I need to make sure that at the very least I'm not going to be attacking him and forgetting my 4th base and ending up with no economy. Since my expectation is that he takes this and just goes directly into Hydra Viper and tries to end immediately after again. So yeah, he's already here. Now this is where it gets tricky, because again, this is the situation that we discussed with pushing in anyway, because he is going to take this base. He is. I do have building armor. I don't think that's going to be enough. Oh, he's trying to get the Spire. I think we got him. Hippity hoppity, your base is my property. Got him. Huge Hydra timing. Not enough, though. If we lose, I'm happy for the journey. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. We are back. Yo, Checkmate Nate. Homestar Runner and Strong Bad. You were in 6th grade? Dude, you get it. You get it, man. You get it. Strong Bad the Burninator or whatever. That what was going on Newgrounds. I'm one of those, you know, I feel like I'm such an internet boomer even though I'm only 31 because obviously I was there way too young, way too early. You know, I'm only like a year or two older than my wife. And she does not know about Epic Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny. Sorry. She has no idea what that is, right? It's like crazy. It's crazy. Katie didn't start going on the internet until like high school, basically. She just used it like a normal person for social media like everyone else. She wasn't like shit posting on the Nintendo World, the Nintendo World. What was it called? There was like a specific type of forum. Everybody had not Geocities, but there was like a PHP forum platform that everybody used for a solid 2 years that like took over. But that was what it was all about. That's what everything was about. There was like a little forum. PHP BB was one of them. The one I'm thinking of might have just been some like American thing, but yeah, WordPress. Yeah, V-Bulletin was another big one. Yeah, V-Bulletin and PHP BB were two of the big ones. I don't remember what the specific one I used was. They gave you like a free domain .co.cc. That's what I had. But I had one of those just from like my high school friend group. We had our own like forum thing. WordPress is way better. I don't think WordPress existed back then. But yeah, the old school Gator. Yeah, there was a Gator one too. Oh, that was fun. But like everything, there was no central place. Like there was just a bunch of random forums that you just basically got, people would link them to you when you were playing the game, and that was how you found out about stuff. Somebody's like, yo, check out NintendoWorld.com, and I just go, and it's just literally an internet forum for people to meet up and exchange their items in Animal Crossing, you know? And then in the games, there was like, you know, you guys don't even know what it was like. I grew up, it was so rural, there was nobody to play anything with, and so many games were LAN only, or like local area only, on like the PSP and stuff. I got an old, and it was really hard to get USB Wi-Fi adapters at this point in time. But I set up a USB Wi-Fi adapter just to hijack my PSP's Wi-Fi signal so I could use Hamachi LAN. So I ran my PSP over Hamachi LAN so that I could play Monster Hunter with other players, because the first Monster Hunter on the PSP didn't have an online. Like, there were so many games on the PSP that only had LAN. Like, you can only play, well, you know what I mean, local. They only had local Wi-Fi, but you couldn't, like, so many of them, you just could not play online. And it took me so long to figure that out. Again, at that point, I was maybe 14, 15. Maybe I was 14 when I was figuring that out. And then the very first time I was able to get into a Monster Hunter lobby with a bunch, and of course, at that point, I was just playing the translated Japanese version of Monster Hunter because the American localized version hadn't come out yet. But when you had a custom firmware PSP, you could quite literally do anything on it, which was amazing. So I was playing a translated version of the Japanese copy. I got into a lobby with 3 other players for the very first time, and it was the coolest shit ever. Totally lagged out and crashed after about 10 minutes. Did not finish the mission. But for a brief moment, I got it working long enough to actually play some Monster Hunter with other people, which was really cool, considering that my nearest next door neighbor was like a mile up the road. So there's a whole ass pond between us. Again, just straight up middle of nowhere. Most interesting thing that ever happened was a Breaking Bad level meth lab getting busted in somebody's basement, because that is how middle of nowhere it was.
SCV ready. Yep. Yes, sir. Good job, huh?
The Lords back in the day had access to lots of virgin women. Yeah, you can see that why that's his first comment in chat today, guys, right there. I'm gonna guess this is that's the kind of comment that comes from a man who gives Andrew Tate his money. Fascinating. It's like an episode of National Geographic in Twitch chat here with that comment. There you go. Thank you, Verm. Thank you. Ah, yes. The ownership of women is property. How could I forget the real reason all men want to go back in time? Go smoke another one, bro. This guy's like, yeah, you don't have computers, but you could own people. I'm like, the fuck, man? Yeah, incel alert. Yeah, exactly. I don't agree, Sass. I don't. I think you're a victim of a global misinformation campaign to generally make people lose their minds and go down negative conspiracy theory rabbit holes. I think that you are just another sad victim. But yeah, I think it's time we ban him. That conversation doesn't go anywhere. I can't deprogram him. No matter how much the women in his life would love for me to do so. That's I got some cooler people in stream to talk to today. Smoking. The Reapers kind of pulled him to the side, and then the Cyclones just rip and tore straight into him. Yo, man, if you want to, if your biggest problem with life and society is that other people do things that you don't like that have nothing to do with you, you are a little bitch. That's it's the ultimate loser mentality. If somebody wants to pollute my lake or my river or my water, that's a really big deal. If somebody wants to love another man, that's none of my business. If somebody wants to undergo a transition because that's their choice and that's what they want to do, that's none of my business. I don't care. You should be free to do whatever you want. If you're not hurting people or going out of your way to hurt people, don't pretend like our existence on this planet is some giant divine puzzle that we're figuring out or some shit. And like we all just open a door one day and that's it. We live forever. Like, yeah, I know it sounds fun, but most people are just doing the best they can. Most people are just doing the best they can. If you believe anything other than that, congratulations. You're a victim of propaganda. I love you, though. Did Nate say we're cool? Yeah, you guys are pretty cool. I love you guys. As far as Stormgate is concerned, do I have any ideas for the new Civ/race? You know, all the jokes and comments that everybody has made about that have only entirely been about anime cat girls, so I've just given up. I'm just been repeating that. I've just been repeating that. I tried to push my own fake meme option for what it could be, but you know, it didn't really catch on, so didn't really catch on. Panera's discontinuing their flatbreads. What is that? Is that because of their like 10,000 milligram caffeine lemonade? You've never had Panera before? Is that bad? No, Panera's, man, I will talk up a lot of low quality brands. I will. There's a lot of places I'm happy to admit that I will go to that other people will talk down on constantly. I love Red Robin. I love Olive Garden. Those are two really big comfort food places for me, but Panera Bread sucks. It does. Their bread's not that good. Their soup is not that good, and their lemonade apparently kills people. So unlimited steak fries are kind of bomb. Yeah, the freckled lemonade is fantastic too. The freckled lemonade is fantastic. Me and all my broke high school friends growing up, every Friday we would put on our fanciest clothes and just go out to Red Robin. It was fantastic. You show up there in a two-piece, three-piece suit on a Friday night enough times, they start remembering you. They start remembering your order. They start giving you discounts. It's good. We ran that for like 2 years. It was great. Friday nights at Red's. Of course, you couldn't go drinking and there was nowhere else to really go or do, so you either went to the movie theater until it closed because they had at least arcade and stuff there, or you just walked around Walmart or Denny's because there was just nothing else. Nothing else to do on a weekend.
I'm going. Will Buttermouth. SCV ready. Huh?
Nunya, yeah.
SCV ready.
You like the hibiscus tea? I have had. There was a Panera Bread in North Hollywood across the street from the train station. It was about as far away from my apartment as I would typically walk on any given venture. On the same corner as that Panera, a little bit down the sidewalk from it, was a Mod Pizza. I went to that Mod Pizza all the time. I loved it. I calculated that it was exactly a 2.5-mile walk to go to Mod Pizza and back from my apartment. I calculated that if I got a small-sized pepperoni pizza, I could entirely burn all the calories I would eat by simply walking to the pizzeria and back. So that was one of my rituals. I went to that place all the time. I was guaranteed to walk at least 400 calories and I would just get the small 400-calorie pizza. I had the perfect system. I had the perfect system. But that Panera Bread, I went to probably 2 or 3 times. And yeah, I'm not going to say that I haven't finished food there. I have probably finished most stuff that I've gotten from there. But given the choice, I would absolutely never choose that over virtually any other option. I just wouldn't. I always pull guys off of gas when this happens because that's like such a big component of holding this. Marauder Rush? Yeah, some people they play StarCraft, but you know, they don't really like to play StarCraft, you know what I mean? He's a barcode Terran player cheesing unranked. There's not much logic to be found in the man's choices. He cares enough to hide his identity and try to one base for quick wins, but doesn't really have much of a follow up here either. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Or you saw my name in the loading screen, and, you know, sometimes when you get matched versus Nathanius, it doesn't just show my name. It also shows that, like, purple fear thing from JoJo's. He gets a little bit of that, yeah. Like when the guy opens the door, sees the other guy, and just the symbol, the Japanese symbol for the word death just appears next to his face. I feel that's a little bit of what we got going on here. Just a little bit, anyway. Yeah, you cooked. He's cooked. Yeah, getting the Liberator on the factory was the clutch play. You put the Liberator on the factory, and then he just can't even build it. His barracks were both floating in the air, so the only move he had was to float his racks all the way back inside of his base, because he couldn't go up the ramp either. The only move he could do was float his racks all the way back up inside of his base, and then build Marines. Which obviously was not a winning play when his barracks were both in my base. I think he tried to push the ramp at the end. But if you want to take one more look at this. He got a little cheeky. Got a little cheeky with his aggression. Yeah, very fast, right? Very fast. Very, very, very aggressive build from him. They changed things to bring in more dinner folks 2 years ago, and it didn't work, so many are going back to mainly breakfast and lunch. They're cutting out their flatbread pizzas, which is a bummer for me because my son loved them, and we go every Sunday so he can have one. Now, I gotta be honest with you. I've actually never had a Panera flatbread, so I'm sure it's possible that those are not that bad. I didn't really hate their chicken noodle soup. It's just like, for me, it didn't taste any different than just getting it out of, like, Campbell's. It didn't really feel like there was any experience there beyond just getting a can of soup, right? You go to Red Robin, any place will sell you lemonade or iced tea or some kind of mix or whatever, or strawberry lemonade, but The little bit, they put the little bit of the fruit in there. I don't know. The freckled lemonade just gets me. It's just the right amount of branding on a drink that I'm like, I like this specific drink a lot. Marketing, whatever it is, maybe it's literally just a regular lemonade with just some crushed up strawberries thrown in there. Whatever the case, you know, they've managed to sell me on that specifically. But Panera just didn't. There was nothing there that really resonated. There was nothing there that really resonated with me. But if they're redoing their menu, that's probably a good thing. It's probably a good thing. Yeah. Well, the best part is that you can also get it spiked. So if you want, they'll just throw a shot of vodka in there for you if you want to have a drink instead of just a drink. You know what I mean? It's adaptable. Katie and I, we'd get like the food delivery stuff during COVID, especially during the lockdowns and before the delivery stuff got crazy expensive. It'd be like, yeah, we couldn't get booze delivered, but you'd order 2 freckled lemonades and then we'd just pour a shot in there once it came, and that was, you're good to go. Anyone has a good recommendation for U.S. chocolate? I can tell you about a local brand where I grew up that produces, I think, some of the best chocolate in the Northeast United States. They do not use high fructose corn syrup or any other weird artificial crap, at least last time I checked. They are called Gertrude Hock's Chocolates. They are based out of Dunmore, which is a borough of Scranton, Pennsylvania. So if you're ever interested in trying some good American chocolate, I don't know if they ship internationally, but if you ever get a chance to get your hands on them, you'll find them in many places, from Philadelphia up to New York. They're very popular. They're very, very good. They're very, very, very good. They've got a big-ass chocolate factory in Dunmore. They are fantastic. They sponsored the majority of youth sports where I grew up. That was how everything ran on Gertrude Hock chocolates in my school district. Did the football team need money for a bus for the games? Boom. These guys would just hand out. Every single kid got a giant box of chocolate bars, and they are only $1 each. Normally they're like $2.50 if you go to the store. So if you saw a kid walking around with a big brown box that said Gertrude Hock on it, you knew you could get 5 candy bars for $5, and 100% of the money that they made just went straight into like whatever it was that they were doing. So they were really awesome. They did a lot of community outreach. They did activations with our school, with our youth sports, even the ones that weren't associated with the school. They worked with those youth organizations as well. So I generally have a very high opinion of them. If I could order anything off of the Gertrude Hock website for myself, I would personally get dark chocolate peanut butter smidgens, which are just pieces of dark chocolate with peanut butter inside of them. But they are very, very good. Their chocolate is incredible. I've never eaten anything from that place that I didn't like. It also reminds me a lot of home and my childhood. So I've got good nostalgic feelings there. They ship anywhere inside the U.S., so if that sounds interesting to you, I'm not sponsored by them. They're just a great chocolate company that's American founded and owned and doesn't use corn syrup. So would definitely recommend. I think you would probably only find them in Pennsylvania and New York, though. I don't know if they're anywhere else. Maybe New York. Maybe just Pennsylvania. Yeah. When it comes to American chocolate, just avoid anything with corn syrup in it, because it won't taste like any other chocolate that you have. It's like a cheap poison that they replace sugar with and everything over here. It's banned in most other countries because of how toxic it is, so kind of tells you everything you need to know. I think the only reason we use corn syrup is because they tax the crap out of sugar imports so that people who farm corn don't have to do anything else. So most of the tax allotted sugar imports in the United States go to coffee or soft drink manufacturing. So most of it just goes to like Starbucks and Coca-Cola. There's not a lot of sugar otherwise that's allowed to be brought into the country. Not on the scale that you would need to do mass production of sugar-based products anyway. But I generally try to avoid that a lot. I generally try to avoid that as much as I can. Milka? Dude, Milka's great, man. Milka is fantastic. No, that's a great brand. That's a great Europe. That's like a general European chocolate brand, but they are a million times better than any standard stuff you'll find in the US. No, Milka's great. I love Milka. I love when I lived in Sweden. Sweden has some really good national brands. They do a lot of subsidies for local corporations so that they can compete with outside investment, but I don't know if they're owned by Swedish companies, but the chocolate I've had there I really loved. Marabou is really, really, really good. I wish I could buy that here. They sell it sometimes in IKEA, but there's no IKEAs near me anymore, so. But Marabou is really, really good. I've had geisha in Sweden. Geisha chocolate, really, really good. Marabou, 10 out of 10. There were a few others. The thing about Marabou is they're kind of like Milka, that they have a bajillion different flavors and stuff. So there's a train station. There's only one train station in Sweden that I've found that has a big candy shop hidden underneath. But if you go to the SL stop in Gamlestan, which is the Swedish old town by the capital, by the old capital, outside where the castle is, if you guys know what I'm talking about, downtown Stockholm. If you go to that bus station, if you got a train station underground, they have a hole in the wall with just a giant Willy Wonka level candy shop. I'm talking like that AI ad that they scammed everybody on, but real, like that much. It was amazing. It was amazing. I got Marabou with Oreos in it. I got Marabou with M&Ms in it. I got Marabou with Twizzlers in it, Snickers. They brought all the American shit over and put that into the Marabou. It was fantastic. It was incredible. I love Marabou. The only version that they sell at IKEA though is just the regular Marabou milk chocolate. So while that is good, there's like so many flavors of them anywhere else that you could go. So that was a really fun part of living in Stockholm for me. Hey, Katie. Spain is where Milka's from. That's awesome. It's cool to know. Yeah, Ritter Sport is good. They have that out here. Sometimes I get that. Sometimes I do pick up the Ritter. It is very good. Yeah. Hershey owns Cadbury's, and they also own Kit Kats in the United States. You should know that. United States Kit Kats are made by a completely different company than Kit Kats from everywhere else on Earth. That is a 100% true statement. Go look it up. Your head will explode. I'm going to give him like 20 seconds, and then I'm just going to leave the game. How long did I stay in Sweden? About 16 months. I spent about 16 months over the course of 2 years there. I spent a long time. I almost got banned from traveling internationally. I almost overstayed my visa. I had to ride the line between WCS seasons. Fun fact. One time I went to LAX to check in for my international thing, and some CIA-looking motherfucker was like, What are you going to Norway for? And I'm like, well, I just have a connection in Norway. I'm going to Stockholm. He's like, what are you going to Stockholm for? And I'm like, well, we have the WCS World Finals there, but also I've been doing this other tournament for a company called News 24. And like, basically this guy was just like, there's absolutely no way that you have spent like 6 of the last 12 months in Europe because of video games. And I was like, dude, I mean, I'm like, you guys already background checked me for my pre-check. Like, I don't have any. There's nothing to hide, man. There's nothing to hide. but that was because there was a period of time where I ended up doing so many events in Europe that I just ended up spending too much time there because I went between... I was living in Stockholm for Fragbite Masters. I was living in Stockholm for Fragbite, and then as soon as Fragbite was on hiatus for just a teeniest little bit, then I had to do WCS in France. So I actually went to France from Sweden while I was living there casting. So I ended up going from Sweden to France, and then when I got back, they were like, well, okay, so there was actually one more event that somebody asked me to do because I think Hearthstone had to cancel last minute on Gfinity in London. And then they were like, well, Nathan, do you want to go to London? And I was like, yeah, okay. And weirdly enough, I mean, I think that had something. England is different as far as like international travel goes. When you go to Europe, England is different than the other countries, even before Brexit. So that was like its own whole thing where I got interrogated like 3 more times. This guy's like, where are you going? And I was like, I'm going to, I don't know, Chelsea Hotel. He's like, Chelsea Football Club. And I'm like, I don't know. I've never been here before. And he's like, why are you going to Chelsea Football Club if you don't know what it is? And I'm like, there's an event at a mall nearby, I think. And he's like, oh yeah, what's that? And I said, oh, this is a StarCraft tournament. And he's like, StarCraft? He's like, what's that? I'm like, it's a video game. He's like, people playing video games over at Chelsea Mall, huh? Is that what you're trying to tell me? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, don't do anything stupid. And then he stamped my passport and let me go. But I had interactions like that constantly. I had like an old man in U.S. International Customs, and I ended up going back through customs to talk to this guy on like 3 or 4 separate international trips. And it ended up to the point where he remembered me on the way out of Canada. When you travel internationally from Canada into the United States, they have a different area that you have to go through. So Canada actually does the processing. They do the processing on the Canadian side before you go back into the US. It's unlike any other international security thing I've ever experienced. So you don't do customs in the US when you go home from Canada. You do customs in Canada. So there's just this guy in Canada that's like, well, okay, you want to go to the US? I was like, yes, it's my home. And I give him my passport and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, all right. He's like, what were you doing in Canada? And I'm like, oh, I was doing video games. And he's like, you know, my son just won't ever get off his computer to talk to me when I want to talk to him. And I'm like, oh my God, is this it? Is this the part where like some guy just ruins my life because he's got bad shit going on with his kids or something? Like, yeah, no, that was funny. That was funny. That guy interrogated me for about 30 minutes. It was incredible. It was incredible. And then I got let in. And then I saw him 3 more times. Saw the same exact guy. Because it was for the global entry line, since I had the fast pass or whatever. So the next 2 times I just walked past him and he said, oh, welcome back, video game man. And I was like, thank you. And that was it. That's it. A lot of funny stuff like that. The worst, the absolute worst, was when we did Red Bull Detroit, though. Because they wanted to do like a big media piece. I don't know if these YouTube videos exist, but you could Google a lot of the things I'm talking about. There were tournaments and stuff. But there was a Red Bull event in Detroit that we did a B-roll piece for. And they were like, Nathan, we're going to send you with a film crew and a bus to Toronto. And we want you to film the journey of all the StarCraft fans meeting up at the Red Bull headquarters in Toronto and then going to Detroit all together. And as you can imagine, you've got a bus mostly full of minors who, some of whom, it turned out, did not actually have Canadian citizenship either. And they just didn't tell us. They just didn't tell us that they were like there on their parents' like tourist visas or anything. So we go to the border. With a bus full of Canadian children, bus full of Canadian teenagers, and this lady's, and I'm like one of 3 people that are actually U.S. citizens, because most of the film crew and everybody at Red Bull Toronto, those people were all Canadian. So they call me over and they're like, could you explain to us what's going on? And I'm like, well, as you guys can see, we've got a lot of film equipment and stuff, and these people are all talking about this this StarCraft event. I said there's a StarCraft tournament happening in Toronto, or in Detroit, in the United States, and we're just going there for this. And they're like, everybody here is on this bus and and they're like, we don't see return tickets for people. This is a privately chartered thing. This isn't being checked anywhere. And I'm like, look, I don't know what to tell you. If you guys want to call Red Bull headquarters and like figure this out with them, you can, but I'm just a contractor. I'm like, I'm literally just here to be the guy on camera asking these kids they're like about this stuff. Like, what are you most excited about when we get to Detroit? What player do you want to see the most? This, that, the other thing. And meanwhile, this U.S. Customs agent is just like, why the fuck are you guys on a bus full of all these kids without their parents, taking them to another country, like during a school week? And I'm just like, I just got hired to talk in front of camera. I just got hired to talk in front of camera. Yeah. The police had to escort us away from the tower in Toronto because even though they wanted to film this big fancy piece about how we were going from Toronto to Detroit, they didn't actually go through any of the steps required to get a filming permit in downtown Toronto. So these people are like trying to frame the most awkward camera shot of all time, and then the police come up and they're like, do you have a permit to film here? And I'm just like, I'm a contractor for Red Bull. These guys are running a production. I'm just here to do what they asked me to do. So then they turn to the Red Bull people and they're like, do you guys have a permit to be here filming stuff in a public space? And they're like, no, we're sorry. We'll do it somewhere else. I'm just like, so the whole entire thing was just one of the most giant shit shows ever. And I ended up having to talk to the fucking police and the customs agents and whoever that CIA looking guy was. And that's esports, man. That's esports. I wasn't calling Mr. Bitter on the phone and saying, hey, do you want to talk to this guy for me? Because I can't deal with it. It's like, no. I was literally 22 years old, just getting fucking grilled. Getting grilled. Crazy times. Crazy, crazy. Yeah, crazy stuff though, right? Crazy. And then, you guys want to hear the next part? This story is not over, by the way. This story is not even close to over. Because guess what Nathanius had that very same weekend after Red Bull Detroit? Guess what? Oh, sorry, I turned on the voice-activated commands again. So you'll just have to forgive me for that. But we had Red Bull Toronto. We had IEM Toronto was the next weekend. So they're like, well, you could fly. They're like, you could fly to Toronto, take the bus to Detroit, and then fly back to California. And then immediately when you get back to California, fly all the way back to Toronto. Or secret option B, Nathan, there's actually no flights available the day that this is over, but we can get you on a Greyhound bus to Toronto. So Red Bull books me a Greyhound bus from from Detroit to Toronto. As you guys can imagine where the story's going, I was gonna fly back to California, so it was a one-way bus ticket. And the bus ride itself was completely fine. But as you can imagine, we get to customs, we get to the border, and now I've experienced at this point like 7 different ways that you can enter Canada from the United States. I've done it by bus, I've done it by car, I've done it by plane. The only thing I need to do now is just get a boat. I just need to get a boat and go into Canada, go in and out of Canada on boat next. I live right next to Canada, so all of this is possible now. But I go there, and this lady calls me in. She says, all right, let me look at your stuff. She says, why do you have a one-way bus ticket? She said, do you have any family in Toronto? I said, no. She said, do you live in Toronto? I said, no. She said, are you planning on working in Toronto? And I said, I am going to be completing work that I have already been paid for by a company that I am contracting for, because legally that is what you say. That is what you do. So I'm just honest and forthcoming. As a contractor, there's very specific language for people that are contractors but not employees working outside of whatever your tax district is. But anyway, that long-winded explanation aside, this person was just obviously not interested in hearing my story. They're like, okay, so you're going to take a bus into Toronto, and then where are you staying? And I was like, well, I could pull up my hotel information, but it's on my phone. And then she points to the sign and she says, no phones allowed. And I said, look, I don't know any way to tell you this, but I've been hired to do an event where I ended up taking a bus to Detroit, and then I booked another one-way bus back because the first bus we took was chartered and I didn't have to book it. That's why I don't have 2 tickets. And it turned in, yeah. Again, I must have had to talk to them for like 20 minutes. They almost busted out the rubber gloves on me, but eventually she was being so aggressive with me that the other border security people came up and said, just let him show you the email. And then they all looked at my phone, all of them. And they're like, okay. Because then they could see, I just showed them my emails with ESL and the hotel information and everything, and about how I needed a one-way flight. But you know, I'm going to tell you guys, I'm going to actually blow your minds even more, because I lived in a place called Rancho Cucamonga. And if you Google Rancho Cucamonga, the nearest major airport is Ontario International. And if you're not Canadian, you may not be aware that Ontario is the name of the province where Toronto is. So when this woman asked me what airport I was going to be flying back to, and I said ONT, and she said, what does that stand for? And I said Ontario. Yeah, I really pissed her off. I really pissed her off. But then at some point, other people in the room intervened. And then they were like, look at this guy. They searched through all my bags. They searched through everything. I'm like, look, this is all just video game crap. I'm like, here's my laptop. I could open it up and show you the replays I've been studying for this event. I'm like, I could tell you we're going to be at Comic-Con. I could tell you this, that. But the fact that this person was like so particular about me not having it all printed out with me, and the fact that it was on my phone, just like, I don't know. I accidentally broke this poor Border Patrol security lady in Canada. So eventually they caved, let us through. We had a pit stop in some small town called London. Yeah. And yeah. And then I went to Toronto and had a great weekend. Toronto is awesome. I love Toronto. I've never had a bad time on the East Coast. Vancouver's a bit messy. For a place with no public transit, the whole no Uber and no roads thing was like kind of crazy. Vancouver is just one giant traffic jam. I probably would not go back, but I did really like Toronto and Montreal. Both great places. I stayed there for like a week before IEM. So I stayed with the producer of the show. Him and his wife were very kind and let me sleep on their couch for 3 days before ESL would pay for my hotel room, because I was still broke at the time. So that was a fun week. He lived in Koreatown. He lived like on one of the northernmost stops on the Toronto subway. So there was just a bunch of Korean restaurants all over the place, and we did Korean barbecue and picked up some groceries. It was fun. It was a fun time. And then I think the hotel we ended up staying at was off of the Queen stop, so a lot closer to downtown. So that was fun. I got to spend a week hanging out with Ken, and he showed me K-Town, showed me a bunch of Toronto. Unfortunately, by the time I got to go to Toronto, they had already closed down every place that was in Scott Pilgrim. So, just me, right? Obviously. Obviously, that's the only thing that anybody could find interesting in Canada is set pieces from Scott Pilgrim. So otherwise, it's just more Pennsylvania. But it was a good time. It was a good time. I would describe Toronto as like a smaller, cleaner New York. I love New York City. Toronto's like mini version. Like if Ant-Man shot New York City with his shrink gun, it would turn into Toronto. That's about it. That's about it. Maybe use an alcohol wipe or two. It's a little cleaner. A little cleaner. You must have been out in the burbs. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I was just in some place where the buses, it said they were all booked. There was an app for the buses. The buses said they were all booked. There was an app for taxi cabs. It said the taxi cabs were all booked. There were none available. And, yeah, we could not get transportation from our hotel to where we were going to be hanging out when we went to Vancouver. It was not possible. The people at the hotel gave up. They're like, yeah, no, we're not going to be able to do anything for you. In our defense, or perhaps this will help make the situation make a little more sense, we were not there for this concert, but it was the weekend that Justin Bieber was playing in Vancouver. So, I mean, the timing didn't really work out. It was busy. It was busy. But also, I've been in busy cities before. I lived in LA when the president was there, and I was still able to get to work. That's all I'm saying. So, we were still able to make it to the studio. You know, they only closed down the stretch of the 10 that they needed. So, but the fact that there was no Ubers, Uber was still banned in Canada at that point. So your only option, they're like, yeah, there's an app for taxis and an app for the bus, and then both of them just did not work. So Katie and I are like, yeah, I guess we're just going to drive there. So we went to this party with our friends. We were both stone cold sober the whole time, and honestly, it sucked. But the upside was that Katie and I kind of got to have that experience together, and that was the first weekend that I went out to see her in Washington. So that was it's one of those things that was like, that part sucked, and maybe the part where we had to wait 4 hours at the border because again there were a lot of moms driving over to that Bieber concert. It was the experience, the time that I had and that I spent with my future wife at that point was really the highlight of all of that. You know, we've got funny, interesting stories now that were just with us, and it was exciting. So I don't regret or hate any of it, but those are just some fun experiences that I've had in the course of living my life, I guess I'll say. And you guys will love this. We did stop at Red Robin on the way back out of Vancouver. We ate at a Canadian Red Robin, bitches. So stick that up your pipe and smoke it. Yeah, we had that Canadian Red Robin. Don't at me. Nice guy's just cheesing us. Why was Uber banned in Canada? Well, first of all, I don't know if it still is. But I'm not Canadian, so maybe somebody else in chat can answer. But yeah, Uber wasn't a thing in Vancouver when we were over there. This would have been what? July 2019? July 2019? Yeah. A lot of cities that have like aggressive taxi licensing were pretty opposed to Uber. In like New York City, having a taxi medallion pre-internet was worth like literally millions of dollars just because they have a limited cap on how many taxi medallions can exist in the city, or you know, some other high number that's more reasonable. Yeah. It ended up being a great trip. But I've been in a very busy Vancouver, and I've been in a very busy Toronto, and I've been in a very busy Montreal. And Vancouver definitely gets traffic jammed the fuck up way worse. So that was my only complaint. If we had been in the same situation in Toronto, we would have just gotten on a bus, we would have just gotten on a subway and just been there. You get those really, really tiny coins. They have like the really tiny coins just for the trains over there. No, the subway was pretty nice. Oh, this is the guy that all-in me last game, right? We'll just be like, I don't think I'm going to change anything. Hopefully he just gets bored of one basing at some point. They suddenly had the ability. Oh yeah. That don't ever let French people think that you're American. Yeah. If you only speak English, just tell them you're Canadian. But a lot of them are becoming aware that they force Canadians to learn a little bit of French. So I would still learn a few words. You don't need to be good at it because you'll inflate their ego by being bad and thus disarm them, so they'll be more willing to give you what you want. So it's not really a huge deal. Just make sure you know like 1 or 2 words and just be like, yeah, you know, I forgot. It was high school. I don't use French day to day. Especially these days, yeah. Once 2016 hit, I just started telling everybody I was Canadian. You leave the US and it's like 99% of questions anybody asks you are just like hyper political stuff, and you're like, yeah, I don't know. Nobody here gets it either. Trust me. That's about it. I had after the lady let every single person behind me in line cut me at the gas station when we went to do WCS Poitiers. That was when I realized. That was when I realized you don't advertise that information when you're in France. When you're waiting for the lady to scan your stuff and then she goes and picks up the megaphone and talks to the whole gas station in French, and then Todd starts laughing and then you leave and you're like, Todd, what the fuck did she say? He's like, she asked if anybody who spoke French wanted to pay before you. And then I'm like, what the fuck is this? I'm just a normal ass guy. Just a normal guy. I didn't do anything. Some places are funny like that. You don't go to France as an English person if they're playing each other in the World Cup, yeah? Yeah, then they Wicker Man you as a sacrifice. That's good to know. It's the same reason why I don't go in the north of Sweden during the summer. Yeah, people say the US is bad, but I've never seen anything like that before. There's a little bit of it everywhere, right? It's a little bit of that everywhere. People get a little angsty. People get a little angsty. That reminds me of this one time we were doing DreamHack Winter in Jönköping, and we went to this place. There was graduation happening always around the time of DreamHack Summer. So it's like Swedish high school graduation. So all these people are running around. There's like a big parade. They do parades and stuff. They get floats on the streets. I'm not kidding. With all the students, it's wild, and they all sing and scream, and it's crazy. It's actually just crazy. And all of this is going on, and we're like, okay, we want to just go get a pizza somewhere outside of the venue in Jönköping. So we're like, let's go a little bit downtown. Let's go hit up this little nice, cute place by the hotel, by the bridge. And we go over there, and I think we're there probably just, I think it was me, Todd, and maybe Jeff and Smix. And there was not really a lot of people there. And we're like, well, we don't know what's on the menu. And we're just kind of sitting at the table, and this lady behind the counter looks at us, and we're kind of both just staring around. And then Jeff just looks at her, and he's like, hey, do you guys have a menu? And then she points to like a little cardboard stand on the table that has like 3 things on it. And she's like, that's menu. And then Jeff's like, you guys just have 3 things? And then she said, yes. Are you hungry? And by the time we got our food and sat down and started to eat, because we all just got flatbreads, because Jeff actually tried to order the spaghetti, and then she told us they were actually out of that. They were actually out of the pasta. And this man, we got this lady super pissed at us because Jeff's just like, well, you know, my 3 options that I have, of which only one is available, I think I'm gonna go with the one. He said, I really appreciate you letting us know where the menu was. And then, yeah. Then she turned to Smix and said, if you could get your loud American friends out of here, that would be nice. That was very fun. I hadn't even said anything at that point. I was just in the room. So, I won't lie, though. It was not the first time that Jeff and I were called the loud American friends in the party. So, we had a couple funny situations like that. Meanwhile, by the way, there's literally a parade float, like, outside, in the street. People are literally just, like, dancing and singing. Like, it's the fucking Sound of Music, okay? Everybody's out just having a great time. This is literally just a celebration in the streets. And we go in this place to eat, and this lady is just the most miserable human I've ever seen, trying to tell us that their menu with 3 things on it actually only has 1 thing. And I'm like, is this just the one thing that you know how to make? Is anybody else even working here? It was bizarre. You have a couple run-ins like that. It's like that time I had to stiff a cab driver because I was in Germany, and a lot of people in Germany do not speak English. And this lady that I was going up to, I said, do you take card? And I was like, tak kart. And I pulled out my credit card and I showed her. I said, card. Because I know that a lot of places in Germany do not accept credit card at all. At all. Period. There are a lot of places they will just tell you get fucked. If you don't have if you don't have cash in Germany, you are in deep shit. And so I try to be very, very, very careful to ask, and I say, hey, look, I only have my card on me. I only have my card on me. Is that okay? And she says, yes, card fine. And then, of course, we get to our destination, and what happens? I take out my card. And what's the first thing that happens immediately? Of course. No card. And she just keeps tapping on the thing. She's like, 20 euro, no card. And I was like, I just said out loud, I'm like, you're an idiot. And I just got out of the car and walked away. I'm like, I don't have any fucking money, and she doesn't even speak English. What was I supposed to do? I was 20 years old. I was 20. That was that event that I got scammed at. The ESGN one with Frodan. I got hired for that. I did that with Frodan and Harstum. Nobody ever got paid. They closed down the place like 3 days after we filmed that. It was amazing. They didn't have any makeup. They didn't have any wardrobe. My hair looked so bad. I got roasted. I got roasted for how bad I looked on that broadcast. They still aired it, too. They didn't pay any of us, and they aired it. I also got banned from a German hotel chain because they apparently stiffed them on the room and put it under my name. So that was fun. That was fun as well. Somehow that one never came up on my travels again. So thank God for that. But just a bunch of crazy shit like that was just super normal. Like that's just the average thing you have to be willing to put up with to work in the industry. And that was like back in the good times. That was when things were getting really good. Navigating international travel by yourself with absolutely no assistance whatsoever in countries where people don't speak your language or use your money. Yeah, I've got that ability. I can handle being dropped into the middle of a place where I speak nothing. There was nobody at the Berlin train station who spoke English. I actually missed my train. I missed my train because of that. I went to buy my ticket, and I was like, I don't even know. I'm like, I don't even know how the machine didn't even have an English option on it when I went to use it. So I'm just in the downtown Berlin train station. I'm literally DMing TLO on Twitter. I'm like, dude, I already missed my first train. I brought my ticket up to the counter desk, and they got someone who spoke English and just said that train left 5 minutes ago. And I'm like, I don't even know what to do. I don't even know which one I need to get on. And I'm literally just getting live Twitter DM translation. It was crazy. And then eventually, thank God, I ended up making my way over there. But that was nuts. Berlin was one of the most difficult travel experiences of my life. And again, I was just completely surrounded by people that did not speak English. I could not talk to anybody. I couldn't talk to anybody the whole time. It was tough. It was tough. You compare that to Sweden, and in Sweden, every single person is like really, really good at English. A lot of them will tell you that they're not, but it's the same thing with the Koreans. They will tell you they don't know English because they don't want you to judge them, but they know English. Oh, they're very good. They're better. They're better than most of us, I would say. They're better than many of us. One of the very first StarCraft tournaments in SC2, when the pro players started to do interviews in English, was actually because Smix, at the beginning of her career, was around the same age or younger than a lot of the pros. And apparently this is a really big deal with like culture stuff. But Lil Susie ended up being the interviewer for an event, and she came in and said, "So do you guys do they do all their interviews in English?" And we said, no. Usually Smix just translates. Usually Smix just asks in Korean. We translate. We do that. And then she said, well, you know, I'm like 10 years older than all of these guys. If I tell them to answer in English, they will, and it'll be good. And everybody's just like, huh? Well, we don't want to make them uncomfortable. She said, well, no. It's like, these guys think that they're bad at English, but if they actually do it, everybody's going to appreciate it and think that they're amazing. And that is what ended up happening. But sure as shit, that was it. She's like, yeah, some of the players complained, but she's like, when you have seniority, and at least in Korean culture, your age is a huge deal. She's like, yeah, I'm older than them. If I tell them to do anything, they pretty much have to listen to me. So she told all the players to answer every question in English and none of them in Korean for that one IEM that she did, that we all did together. And most of the Reddit threads and comments when that tournament was finished were, wow, I can't believe the Koreans have such good English. They really practiced for this event, and et cetera, et cetera. And of course, everybody was really happy about that. And I already knew that because anybody who's ever interacted with those players outside of watching a tournament, you would be aware through any normal interaction with the majority of them that they can speak English. But it's true. People online, oh, they love to be cruel. They love to be cruel. They love to be rude. So, can you blame somebody for not wanting to possibly be judged? Totally get it. At the same time, that was like, you know, that's just another one of those interesting things that I think about. Just one of those things I occasionally think about that happened, you know? What is Smix up to? Well, she's been working behind the scenes. She was one of the lead partner manager people at Twitch for a while, but I think she's been working. I think she got hired by Pokimane. She's a part of her ad agency now. They do. Since Pokimane does all of her own activation stuff now, as far as I'm aware. A little bit less agency. She has her own. Smix is one of the VPs, I think, for her company. The man who rushed the burrowed roaches. He's crazy. He's absolutely crazy. No, land. I need you to land. Nice. GG. Well played. Yeah, Twitch is out of Korea now, yeah. Hearing you talk about Europe makes me wish I had taken a different language than Spanish in high school. Yeah, I will say when I went to what's it called? When I went to Valencia, Spain, that's not really a tourist town, but Smix has a decent bit of Spanish mastery. Smix was like the person who talked to people for us, because in Valencia, the cab drivers only spoke Spanish, and the people at the gas station and stuff by the hotel, they mostly just spoke Spanish. The people working at the hotel spoke English, but the dialect difference between like Spanish that you would hear in the United States versus Spanish that you would hear in Spain is people talk about it and you'll hear people say whatever they feel, but experiencing it is like, huh. And I like, you know, I'm going to this Spanish 7-Eleven in this beautiful beach town that's not a tourist place. There's nobody there. And I'm just going to get a big thing of water. I just go to get like a big thing of water for my hotel room. That's what all the casters do, because we're always talking and our voices are getting destroyed. So the very first thing you do when you get to the hotel is immediately find the nearest convenience store, get a bunch of water bottles, and then usually also some liquor. If Tasteless is there, he usually brings all of it though, so we're good. He's the plunderer if we need. But otherwise, going up there though, and then I had that moment where I went up to pay, and the lady just looked at me, scanned my stuff, and was just like, cuatro euros or whatever, and just said it in like the most perfect standard, like this is how you are supposed to speak Spanish. And I thought it took a couple of seconds for the circuits in my brain to connect, and I was like, cuatro. I was like, wait, they take credit card here. What am I doing? I just put it in the machine, hit accept, and walked away, and everything was totally fine. But moments like that are very fun travel wise. Those are like the really good times. Those are the really good times, if you ask me. Love the shirt, Nate. Thank you, Antonio. Isn't that Zerg a diamond player? I don't know. What's it to you? If you guys think my opponents are bad at the game, I think that's a weird thing to say. I don't know why you'd be so mean. Yeah, the card payments in Germany are tough, but I could do in Spain. In Spain, they take card. The very first time I went to Germany to do, not the very first time, but the second time when I went to do the Team Story Cup in Take TV, Krefeld, that was like, I got hit with like the Wombo combo. Like I get there and they're like, oh, do you want to get some food? And I'm like, yeah, for sure. We go to KFC. Find out that they don't take card. My head exploded. Like I couldn't process the fact that I was at a Kentucky Fried Chicken, and then when the person asked me what I wanted, I was just like, can I just get like, I just tried to point at the menu, and then when I pulled out my card, the person was just like, they just started talking to the guy that was with me. They're like, is this guy an idiot? That's what he told me. He translated it, and he's like, no, he's never been to Germany. They use cards everywhere. And I ended up PayPaling this guy at Take TV to buy me dinner after I had flown for 12 hours and taken an hour ride from Düsseldorf airport out to the studio. That was a fun time. Then I went to GameStop in Krefeld because I didn't have a European Nintendo charger. And if you guys are familiar with how electronics work, most things these days are rated to run on both American and international voltages. Most devices are smart switching when it comes to voltages. However, Nintendo, they love money. They love money and they hate their customers. So they still do individual power. So unfortunately, if I wanted to charge my Nintendo DS, I had to buy a European charger. So I go to this GameStop, and I was like, one of the guys went with me because he was, he wanted to help make sure I didn't completely blow it as far as the translation thing goes. So we go up to this place. I find the charger. I'm like, oh, okay. All right, there we go. It's $9.99. $9.99. No problem at all. Pick it up, go up to the counter, and the guy scans it. I hand him a 10 euro bill and I say, how much, I said, how much do I need? Do I owe you? And he looks at me and he's like, what? And I was like, how much do I owe you for tax? And then he says something in German to the guy next to me. And again, it was is this guy an idiot? And I was like, ah! He's like, man, it's $9.99. And I was like, yeah, I know. But like, what does it cost with tax? Mind you, I'm 19 years old. I'm 19 years old in this conversation. I'm literally 19 having this conversation. I'm like, I just wanted to know what the tax was, bro. And he's like, the tax is included in the receipt. And then I look and the guy, and then he shows me. And then I discovered that when the next time I went to Sweden, I was like, wait, do you just pay what the price on the sign says? And then Pontus, he's like, are you a fucking idiot? So, of course you pay the price on the sign. That would be stupid otherwise. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with America? But obviously we know that's a lot of things. But the fact that you just pay what's on the sign is mind-boggling. That's like, oh my God. People's heads would explode. Like, no, seriously. You talk about a destabilizing event, make the price match the sticker. This whole entire place, people will riot in the streets to get that tax added after the cost back. People would not be able to handle it. Everywhere in the world, every single place I've ever been to other than the United States, every single place I've ever been to on this planet other than the United States, you pay what's on the sticker. Mind-boggling. To be fair, it does make more sense now when people are like, yeah, you guys are lucky things are so much cheaper in the US. This same thing would cost $60 US instead of 40. And I'm like, oh, okay, I get it now. That's because I'm not paying 60, I'm paying 67. And you're not paying 70 or 80, you're paying 60 plus mums, which ends up being larger in your country for whatever reason. Import or excise, whatever. And that was when that was the moment that it at least clicked a little bit for me. So you guys think your stuff costs more because the sticker price is higher, and we think we get a discount because nobody here is intelligent enough to calculate tax before buying anything. So yeah, it's fascinating. It's fascinating. In America, they're just like, as long as the first number that they think of is as small as we can possibly make it look, nobody will think about whether they can afford it or not. Am I a Midnight fan? Oh yeah, I love the Midnight. I got a bunch of them in this playlist actually. I forgot to put the playlist on shuffle. I usually do that like an hour or two into the show. You didn't know that and your mind is actually blown? We would have had the same interaction like, is that guy an idiot? Yeah. Well, they obviously didn't know that I wasn't German before I started talking, so it took the guy a second to realize. He's like, oh, there's just a random American in a Krefeld GameStop 2 days before Christmas buying a Nintendo 3DS charger. He's like, why don't you have your own charger? And I'm like, I can't plug it in. He's like, we have adapters. I'm like, no. Nintendo only gives you a charger that works with American electricity. I was like, oh, it's really fascinating, the things that you think about and don't think about until it happens, and then you're just like, oh my God, man, why can't everybody just do the same thing? Would it really be that bad? Would it be that bad? You saw Midnight last night, they were rad. Hell yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, Midnight's great. I've been a big fan of them for a long time. Been a big fan of them for a long time. We might be dead. Here. GG, let's go next. I didn't make it to the battlecruiser rush. I'm just trying to build BCs today. We'll switch to Stormgate at maybe like 2 or 3 o'clock. We'll see how things are going. I appreciate the stimulating conversation, by the way, greatly. Yeah, I've been listening to them for a few years. I started switching most of my playlists over to like synthwave type stuff. I like it because it's good music that is not as repetitive as like the rights-free stuff, but also, you know, I don't think I'm in like Sony's crosshairs, right? I don't think I'm in Sony's crosshairs playing a little Midnight on my Twitch stream. Now, if I was playing Taylor Swift and the Midnight and Lady Gaga and all that other stuff that I would normally listen to on stream, then, you know, then you're kind of just asking for it. So I wouldn't put on my good vibes playlist on stream. You know, I have a stream good vibes playlist. And most of the artists that own their own work in that space, like the Midnight and Gunship and FM84, they've all come out and said that they don't have any issues with that kind of stuff. So. The number of people that have messaged me over the years about going and seeing the Midnight after hearing them on this stream for the first time is like really heartwarming, you know? I love that. I love that. What time zone am I in? US West. I live in Washington State. Northwest Washington. It is beautiful up here. Yeah, I can't. Vancouver, I was talking about. They're like maybe an hour away. Traffic depending, I guess. Yeah, Canada's like right there. Yeah, I hope I can go see them one day. That would be nice. When we were living in Vegas and they went on their tour, they went everywhere except Vegas, so we didn't have really any opportunity there. But we want to see them. We really want to see Cannons, these ones. I think they're based out of Washington. The fast charging advertised for phones. The time is set from EU power. There's a tiny disclaimer that it says it will need 220 volt versus 110. Cool. Have you listened to the live, like a live album? What, like when they record the live tracks from the shows? No, I don't usually listen to that stuff. Not unless I've been there. Not unless I've been to the show. I don't really. I feel like there's like a connection you kind of build with something. I thought they were going to announce a new album. I thought they were announcing Nocturnal 2 or something with the tease they did last month, but I think it just ended up being a comic, right? They're just doing like a comic or something. Carnation? Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea where that is. But there's tons of little things like that with the electricity, the taxes, the bread. It's east of Redmond. Yeah, I'm not sure where Redmond is, but I don't think Redmond's that close. So yeah, probably not close then. If you're using the words east to describe where something is in Washington, it's probably not close then. Maybe next time. Maybe next time. This year has been trending up in a pretty nice way for me. So maybe this time next year, if there's something going on, that'd be nice to jump on. But favorite song from Cannons? I like a lot of their music, really. I really like Holding On, and I really like Desire. Those are probably two of my favorites. Now we heard this group for the first time on 107.7 The End, which is Seattle alternative station. Philly. Yeah. But I think hopefully we'll be in a good spot to go do all that kind of stuff. Probably next year. This year is a ramp up year for us. We spent probably the last 2 years was a little bit of like a rebuild, mental health period of time, and then I'd say the last 6 months have just been the start of the ramp. Things are pretty good now compared to where they were this time last year. But this time next year, I'm feeling really good. Once I can stream like Stormgate every day and it's not buggy and stuff, I think that'll also really help kickstart the hype for it. There's already so many people that watch and play now. I think my attitude has gotten a lot better streaming StarCraft because I get more viewers playing the other game now, so I don't really feel pressure anymore. It's nice. It's nice. You either like Nathan in StarCraft and you want to hang out here, or you want to watch somebody else and then you do that. It's amazing. There's no more dance. Feels good. There's no more dance. No more dancing. My thoughts on Stormgate? I like it. I like it a lot. I consider most of the devs people that I respect and care about. There are a lot of people that I knew when I lived in LA and worked with Blizzard a lot. I went like rock climbing with those guys. We'd do lunch. We'd do shabu shabu. We'd do Korean fried chicken. There was like a bar in the building back in Blizzard. They had like a bar on the same floor that they did the StarCraft development. So, you know, we would just go hang out, do shit like that. Have a cheeky one. I'm registered. I'm registered, guys. I'm registered at at what is the bar called? Joey Ray's bar. Yeah, I'm registered. I don't know if they got rid of it, but I was registered there. I'm in the book. I'm in the book of people that have had a beer at Joey Ray's bar. Should I be? Don't know. Good question, but I'm there. Some people are saying it's a spiritual successor to... Well, yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be, right? Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think it sucks that we only get to see Brood War stuff in Brood War until I die, right? Like, for my whole life until the moment of my death, I'm never going to know a modern Brood War game. Because everybody that makes a game is going to be like, well, we don't want to be seen as the people that tried to copy Brood War. And you hear this kind of thing a lot. I think it hurts so much that there are things we miss out on in our own fandom just for the sake of, like, protecting people's egos or feelings or whatever. So when people say that the game is like other games or has things from other games, to me, there's nothing inherently wrong with that at all. It's all about execution. It's about how you do it. The number of Terran players that begged for Goliaths when the only reason, and again, this is the only reason that Blizzard didn't put Goliaths in StarCraft 2 is because they didn't want people to think they were copying the StarCraft 1 team. Like, that's it. So you missed out on something huge that tons of people would have really loved because the developers are scared of being called out, essentially, and no other real reason. So... do I want the Stormgate developers to feel the same way? Like, oh, this wheel was invented before. Yeah, we don't want to touch this. No, I don't want that. I'd like to play a modern RTS game with vultures. This is considered a very hot take in the StarCraft space. I would love to play a modern game like Brood War. It will never be made. Nobody will ever try to make a modern Brood War. It's not going to happen. There will never be a modern twist. There will never be a modern remaster. They did one thing, and all they did was raise the graphical quality of textures, and essentially nothing else. So, it's tough. It's tough. I like that Stormgate takes ideas from other games, because other games have good ideas. And you'll find that throughout the course of history, a very huge amount of the progress and successful projects that have happened come from a collaboration of people with different backgrounds. So, yeah. I don't think there's really anything inherently wrong with the game being derivative in some ways. There are clearly things they're doing that are not in any of those games. And most of the time, I find that when people say stuff like that, they actually can't even name what they're talking about. Most people will say that, oh, it reminds me of Warcraft. It's kind of like War 3, right? And you're like, but why? Is it just units having a lot of health? Is it solely the existence of trees? Is the fact that there's grass on the map at all now a defining characteristic of what the game is to you? Like, I kind of struggle there. I kind of struggle there. So you get a lot of these like quips, you know, but it doesn't really feel like I'm talking to a person when I have that conversation. It feels like I'm talking to like ChatGPT, you know. Somebody's like, how do I grief a Stormgate streamer? Oh, yeah, well, just ask them if the game's like other games and watch their heads explode. And I'm like, I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing. I can use a medevac to drop Age of Empire catapults. That is how I would describe my playstyle in Stormgate. That is how I describe my Stormgate playstyle. I drop catapults. I drop Age of Empires catapults with StarCraft 2 medevacs. That is what it feels like. And you know what? I fucking love it. I love it. I love that. That is why I can't put that game down. It's very buggy. A lot of the stuff that I like and features that I need do not work. It's very far from being finished. I would say very far from being finished. But I enjoy playing it. I enjoy playing it quite a bit. So there you go. Those are my thoughts. That is what I think about Stormgate. I think it is a game that is on a really good path towards being a fun amalgamation of many different things that people love about real-time strategy. You've got Chris Metzen involved. You've got Frank Klepacki involved. You've got Mike Morheim's endorsement. You've got the involvement from their company with their partnership. There are so many people in the space that people who play RTS games respect that have had their hand on that game. So, yeah, it's hard not to have confidence in a project that has a lot of the same people that made a bunch of the other good shit involved to some degree. You got the same guy making the music as the best RTSs. You got the same guy doing the story as all of your favorite Blizzard RTSs. Like, all of that shit helps a lot. It means a lot. It means something. I think it means something. A little bit more than nothing, but I think it means something. You don't have to agree. That's just how I feel, though. But yeah, you got a lot of people. Got a lot of people that, you know, I think get a little caught up in the noise. Thanks for the tip, Striker Events. Thanks for the 25 sheet, man. Hell yeah. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, I love RTS games. There are a lot of cool concepts that can be taken from all of these games. I hope that Stormgate, and this is an opinion that I repeat often, I hope whoever's working on camps for Stormgate, I hope everybody involved. I hope all of those guys are at least playing or watching League of Legends. There are so many different games that have taken interesting approaches to how different mechanics of RTS and levers are moved up or down. Like, it's so fascinating. And then I agree. I agree. It is very shallow commentary, right? You are hoping that you're looking at like a building being constructed, and most of the negative comments are people looking at a building that's under construction and saying it doesn't look done. And when that is the number one criticism of your game, is that you are very publicly saying we're making a building, and people are like, your building doesn't look done. It doesn't mean anything to me. It just kind of goes in one ear and out the other, right? That's all. That's all. Easy win. Easy win. Look at that. But yeah. It's easy to look at something that's not done and punch down. But there are so many interesting aspects of that game to seriously discuss that it's not even worth entertaining the conversation. When people refer to popular games as cartoonish and kid-like, I just imagine I just imagine that guy that's like, you know what? I hope nobody ever becomes a fan of the thing that I love. You know, like I'm better than everybody else, that I don't want the things I love to be accessible to people. Because you know, those comments create an assumption that either that's what they want it to be, or right? That's you know, it suggests a lot when that's your thing. You're like, you know, I just really don't like the idea that a 17-year-old kid might play this game, beat me, and then fall in love with this game the way I fell in love with StarCraft when I was 17. That's what it sounds like. It's the most tone-deaf complaint of all time. The graphics will get better, or maybe they won't. If the game is fun, you'll be the person left behind. That's really about it. But yeah. They usually don't paint the building until after it's done. Like when the building is completely constructed, then you start to do like the really nice visual polishing and stuff like that. So if you struggle to look at a work in progress or something of that sort, then what I would recommend is you just stay away from it. Avoid the commentary, avoid the discussion, avoid the conversation, and then just wait. Just wait for it to be more done and then talk about it later, right? I think that's the move. The Flash of StarCraft. Yeah, I'm crushing these guys. I'm absolutely crushing them. Absolutely. Another one. I can't be stopped. I think that's fair, and honestly, you haven't shared that view anywhere else. Yeah. I think that what this is not for us. It can be for us if we are willing to accept that change is a normal part of life. But this movement, this drive to bring RTS back is not about all the old people that have been playing RTS forever. It's not about us. It's about doing better than we did before and getting more people interested in the things that we love, in the things that we care about, in the things that bring us joy. I don't want to be the only guy building battle cruisers and kicking people's ass forever. I would love it if they're like, oh man, look at this kid. There's some 17-year-old Stormgate wizard who's doing the Nathanius build, and he's a million times better. And I'm like, look at that. The baton is passed. There's some new crazy-ass guy who does the crazy strategies, who's a meme god. And like, to me, seeing that happen is like, you know, I have seen it. When I think about this, when I think about what I want, when I think about where I want to be, I see that. I see that. I see people falling in love for the first time with something that I have loved for a very long time. So I have no issues with the graphics of the game. I do not care. The only thing I really care about is if the game is at least a little fun for me to play as my old geezer self who likes to macro and do drop play. Can I do that? Can I at least do a little bit of what I like? I think so. So I like the game. I find it very fun to play. Macro games are really fun. It's generally just an amazing time. All right, we got a game. You're very much a spectator and casual player. Well, the fact that we can have this conversation at all without one of us feeling targeted or victimized or turning it into a fight, I mean, I have a tremendous amount of respect for you for sharing that view in a constructive way and not trying to, you know, make it weird or anything like some other people do. I personally would say, on the hope side of things, Unreal Engine 5 supports so many graphical technologies that almost no other game has anything even close to being on the level of, that long term, there's very little reason why the graphics of Stormgate won't have a huge boost in quality simply from enabling some of the local shadow replacement tech that the engine already supports. Like, Unreal 5 can do global illumination, Unreal 5 can do path tracing, Unreal 5 can do ray tracing. Imagine the lights of your units actually realistically lighting up the map as they moved around. Imagine the flash across the entire terrain of the screen based on the distance of an explosion from something like that. In my mind, those are all things that long-term should be on the table because of the engine that they used, and that's a big reason why Unreal 5 was such a circle-jerked factor. But yeah, Metzen is involved on some level with the writing. I think they announced that in one of their shows or their presser things they did. I think back in January, and the music for the factions when you're playing 1v1 was written and made by Frank Klepacki, who not only did the soundtrack for Command and Conquer Hell's March that everybody loves. We all love Command and Conquer Hell's March, one of the greatest soundtracks in an RTS ever. Also did the soundtrack for the Dune RTS, which I have never played, but every time I mention it, some guy in chat is like, yo, that Dune RTS soundtrack is fire! So I trust guy in chat, at least on that. So, and the in-game music for Stormgate, as you can imagine, is its choice. I don't even have it on. Because I still just do my chill music thing. But it's very good. It's very, very good. It's one of the things that when people talk about, oh, I didn't think I would like this as much as I did, the music's a big one. Why? Because it's made by the RTS music guy. This game's not being thrown together by a bunch of scam artist chumps. That's not what's happening. There are so many game studios like laying people off and whatnot, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that people don't have those studios don't actually have any degree of agency. They just do whatever the publisher, whoever owns them, tells them to do. So really, the only thing I've seen people really knock Frost Giant on is being publicly transparent that they don't want to be owned by somebody. So yeah, they've asked the people that are supporting and helping the game be made for a lot of support. And that's because the alternative is, if you remember what happened when Activision bought Blizzard, you know, suddenly it becomes a little bit less about the game and a little bit more about the shareholders. But nobody wants the game to be purchased and then enshittified. Nobody will say that they want that. And Frost Giant did not say that they're going broke or anything like that either. They just said, we want creative control over our game, which means we don't want to sell our game to a publisher. So, again, the other biggest complaint people have where they're like, is the game just not going to be finished for no reason? It's like, oh, it'll be finished. Yeah, just, you know, the idea here is that they don't have to sell out to some big corporation to get the game done. That's literally the entire point. So you either get that or you don't, but it's not a scam. It's not like they're advertising something that they're deliberately aware that they're not going to finish.
Talk to me.
SCV ready.
Try to get that BC out. You would laugh at crypto scam artists? Oh yeah, I mean, anybody that's aware of online scams would tell you as well. The number one rule of scamming people is you never spend the money making the thing you're scamming them for. That's like, guys, number one rule. If you've never like watched a scam happen or been scammed or seen a movie where someone gets scammed, there's usually only one rule. You don't deliver. Do not deliver at any cost, because then you have to spend the money that you scammed. So, like, if your fear is that these people are going to dump their money into making a game that they will also lose their jobs and livelihood from if it fails, that's not a scam. That is entrepreneurship. That is taking a risk to try and do something that you love and seeking support from other people that are interested. That's what that is. But would there be a playable game that is publicly broadcast available to everybody if it was a scam? That would be a really dumb thing to do. Don't you think they would just release fake updates for like 2 or 3 years and then cancel it and say it couldn't be done? I think that would be a much better way to scam people, if you ask me. I'm not sure paying wages and running these servers and paying your developers to make this stuff, like, I'm not sure spending any money on the game at all would make sense if their intent was to rug pull people. Thanks for the sub, Neon Flame. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. Good to see you, Thermi. All right, we got another game. Baby, do you dream of me too? Where do I live now? Pacific Northwest, Northwest Washington. It's just been nothing but rain all week. It's been fantastic. It was a little windy yesterday, though. It's been nice. It's been nice. What happened last game? Did you make one BC and win? He pushed me before I got the BC, and I GG'd out. Hey, Jazzcraft. Yeah, we're just chilling. It's been a nice day. Nice day, a lot of good games. It's been a great time. We're just vibing, man. Massing BCs. Yeah, man, that's what it's all about. Battlecruisers are awesome. I love them. May I ask whether you still work in the game industry outside Twitch? Well, Twitch has been my main thing for a very, very long time. As far as outside of Twitch goes, there really hasn't been a lot going on in the gaming industry in the last year or two. A lot of projects that were in development have been released, but for the most part, everybody in the gaming industry is being laid off or repositioned or acquired. So the general gaming industry is in a pretty big downturn. Esports itself is in a huge winter. There's not really any companies left that do big esports events. ESL bought everybody, and then they got bought by Saudi Arabia. So, and they actually just fired, I think ESL fired 15% of their employees this week as well. So, unfortunately, there's not really much going on in the space anymore. There's not really much going on in the gaming esports space for me. I would love to be involved on any level, of course, with fun projects, but I don't really have a traditional background or education or any connections that I can leverage like that. So I'm just out here streaming on Twitch until there's venture capital money that exists in the world again. I'm just riding this shit out. I'm just riding this out like everybody else. Riding this out like everybody else, waiting for video games to be released with a marketing budget to run tournaments or whatever. I'm just streaming StarCraft and Stormgate and Zero Space and whatever Resident Evil games get released until that happens. We out here. I did get to do some stuff in Stormgate and Zero Space, so that's been fun. I got to commentate the first ever Zero Space and Stormgate tournament, so like the first big ones anyway. So that was really awesome, but not too much else going on. Good timing on that jump up. He got me good. Good Reaper push. But yeah, it was pretty sick. Stakes can kill vampires. Well, if the vampire ate the steak, then it's unlikely that they were actually a vampire, so all you really did was call him out as a poser. All right, GG. Get out of here. Yeah, he's got funny questions. He's got funny questions to ask in chat. He's a meme god. That's what he is. He's a funny man. He's a very funny man.
SCV ready.
Oh, I accidentally set my SCV over here. Three-man ladder, also TVT? No, it was a barcode Protoss. This guy seems cool. He's a good sport. I've matched against the same Terran player like 10 times in a row. It's kind of funny. I feel a little bit bad for him, but the game could also just match me against someone else too, so. Why do people just queue up and leave right away? Oh yeah, I've played this guy probably like 8 or 9 times in a row. I'll check my replay folder after this game. I'll give you the count. I just play StarCraft for fun now, so there's no more serious try-hard stuff here. I'll give you guys a count when we get to the end of this one. You have a serious question. Should you stop typing all caps LOL in Twitch chat? I mean, the only reason I would suggest typing an emote instead of LOL is because the emotes all pop up on the screen. So that's a little more fun. That's a little more fun if you ask me. You can type LOL, but if you type LOL and that, if you type LOL, then the face goes all across the screen and it's kind of funny like that. So I would personally recommend emotes because this streamer gives you a little extra way to show them off. That's about it. I love StarCraft. I love playing it. There's not as many people that play it anymore, so unfortunately you get mostly rematches these days on the stream, but it is still really fun. I don't ever want to stop playing this game just because, Just because I can't have a career in it doesn't mean I don't still enjoy it.
Life flight's here.
What's going on?
We memeing today, dudes? Hell yeah. Now it's been a good stream. I got no complaints. I got no complaints today. It's been a good day. It's been a damn good day.
Talk to me. Life flight's here.
Oh. GG. There's the old one base tank push. Set emoji only chat for a minute. We do have that as a redeem as well. Obviously, I can't choose who I get matched against, you know? This is why we split the streams now. So, we do a little bit of StarCraft, then we play a little bit of Stormgate. I think we'll probably go play Stormgate after maybe like 2 or 3 games. I have only played one guy the whole stream, so I don't know if that's going to change. But if it does, I'm happy to keep playing. Just making sure everybody in chat is kept informed. Just making sure everybody in chat stays informed. I love you guys. You watched GSL today? Yeah. Makes you wonder what people like Nick do to get by between those events these days. Most of us are all making content nowadays. Yeah, most of us are all making content. Tasteless has his podcast. Tasteless streams on YouTube. Tasteless streams on Twitter. Tasteless has his podcast, but he also a lot of people always kind of overlook the non-StarCraft stuff, and I get if you're not interested in it, but Nick and Dan have done a lot of non-StarCraft casting over the years too. I'm not worried about them if StarCraft 2 isn't an option. Those guys would probably be welcome to do their thing in any game, given their extensive portfolio of work. Did I get somebody other than the same guy too? That's amazing. He's from clan Blah! Nibla. Nibla. He's Nibla. He's Nibla. Heart rate monitor for playing fear games. You know, I actually just got that hooked up this week. I just got that set up this week. I'm going to be building it out over the weekend though. That will probably be a new feature of the stream on Monday. You play against someone else, but they cannon rush every game. Yeah, but that's the beauty of it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Eventually, the people that watch me play StarCraft will all expect me to just be vibing, and then no one will care what happens in the game anymore. And we will be free. I got nothing to worry about, bro. I got nothing to worry about. Karma is a god. It's true. That's true. If I went completely off the rails for no reason, I would expect you to care. That's fair. That's reasonable. That's reasonable. But we don't do that anymore, right? So that's the whole point. I can play the game. I'm playing under my own name. No stream delay. I'm playing unranked. I don't care if my viewers think that that's not as fun. Just doesn't matter anymore. Just doesn't matter. I'm just playing StarCraft because I like this game, and that's it. We just big chillin'. $2017? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about 2017. I just took out my trauma on everybody on stream. Just to be clear. Just to be clear, you know. People said a lot of things. People really tried to assume my intentions pretty hardcore. But, yeah. I'm a very traumatized individual. I've had a hard life. I did not know how to handle having so much attention on me and having people in bad faith give me deliberately bad advice. That's really about it. That's really about it. Most of my career doing this stuff, I was just a kid. Pretty much still am. If I can't be kind to myself about it, how could anybody else ever be, you know? It's not something I lose sleep over anymore. I wouldn't be this liberated if I hadn't learned that lesson anyway. You know, the real worst case scenario is that no consequences happen at all, and I'm the same guy. That would fucking suck. But I'm much better. I'm much better than I used to be. You know, I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot. Boom! Yeah, I've got like comic book character backstory level of garbage. You don't want to hear it, trust me. I've just, you know, sometimes you can see the ugly side of me that has been in the real world a little too much. Age of Empires? I played a bunch of Age of Empires 4 when it came out. I think their campaign wasn't super well handled, but Age of Empires is on the table this year. I have some periods of time coming up where I'm not going to be able to play Stormgate or Zero Space, so I'm trying to schedule around other games that I can play in those periods of time. So I will probably be streaming Age of Empires 4 and Age of Empires 2 at some point this year. They're both great games. They're both great games. Yeah, I just have a very unique perspective because I've just been through a lot of crazy shit. And that's why I'm here to tell you, be nice to yourselves, all right? Take care of yourselves. Don't be so harsh. No matter what you're going through, most people around you, even the people that say they care and love you, they can't fully understand. And lots of people are gonna encourage you to be hard on yourself when you don't need to be, when you shouldn't, really. That's why I say those things. That's why it's important to be kind to yourself. Most other people won't be. Another fun way to put it, another way I like to spin that mantra is treat yourself how you want to be treated. I think that's like a big part of like conservative or internet brain rot. The whole hate yourself, you're never good enough, blah blah blah. Just beats people down for no reason. People get absolutely indoctrinated to be so cruel to themselves. You don't need a single reason to deserve love. You don't. Or happiness. You don't need a single goddamn reason. Oh, he's going for it again. Nibla. 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 Nibbler. He named himself after a Futurama character, Nibbler, I think. Yeah, he's just gonna bust us again, is what it's looking like at the moment. Blah! Nibla! Yeah. Man, if only Bobs could fight like SCVs. That's the last thing, man. Every time I kill something with SCVs, I'm like, I wish Bobs were SCVs. I wish that Bobs could be SCVs. Oh, oh yeah, I'm just gonna let you just F off right into my base then. Yeah, mate, no problem. No problem, bruv, yeah. For a guy trying to do a one base all in, I have to admit, this is some dedication. Some dedication, man. He's committed. This guy might be a Jets fan. He's got convictions so strong. Constitution stat so high. Can't be broken. Can't be shaken. Can't be bought. Damn. GG. Yeah, there's few, you know, there's a lot to be said, and I pride myself tremendously on my work ethic, and I think that being proud of the quality of the output of whatever you spend your time doing is never a bad thing. There's a difference between being overly harsh on yourself for no reason or because other people talk down to you, and putting some weight behind how you feel about your output, whatever it is. I'm gonna do this. I want to do it well, right? If you have that mindset that you're gonna put your time into doing something, you're gonna make sure you do it right. That is, you know, that's gonna get you a lot further than just forcing yourself to do tons of crap incorrectly because you're like, oh, look how much stuff I did. It's like nobody cares when it's a mess. Nobody cares when you have to be like. You have to be resuscitated because you spent the last 2 hours exhausting yourself doing it wrong for 2 hours until you got super frustrated and just broke it, you know. But that happens. People stress themselves out. You go down rabbit holes. You don't want to do that. Don't do that to yourself. You don't really gain much from that. Hey, Kellerente, welcome to the stream. Did you get the chance to study a lot? I love learning. Whenever I get the opportunity to learn something, I try to. I like reading about stuff. I like any time that I see something that looks remotely interesting, even if it's something that I have no personal interest in. I do like that. That was one of the other things, right? Growing up with the internet, that's like, it's a great way to access information and learn stuff. But like, we were really, really poor. I had like the maximum financial aid for college, and I still got kicked out for not being able to make big enough payments. And I was working like 3 jobs while also streaming. So, and doing mock trial. So like, things were crazy. You know, I used to do that whole thing, right? The big lie. The big lie they tell everybody to get you in the rat race, you know? If all you got to do is just work crazy hard and things will definitely work out, you know? It's like that's how they get you. And once you get that mind virus inside your head, you're like, well, people that aren't successful just don't work hard. As soon as that's in your brain, it's over. Like, you're just cooked. That's it. You lose the ability to empathize with people, to understand. Like, everything just quickly turns into zero sum. It's like, you either have stuff because you're a better person, or you don't because you're a bad person. And that mind virus is like huge. Huge. Lots of people believe that too. That's how they get you to toil away and suffer endlessly while they dangle a carrot. Or they just fuck off because they don't care about you and have nothing to do with it anyway. They just leave you in your misery. Yeah, having a good work ethic helps, for sure. But working hard and doing your best does not guarantee success. You are not guaranteed anything. And it's not about getting what you want. Sometimes it's about knowing when to stop because, again, that carrot on the stick is a real important part of how our social structure functions. But there are plenty of people, there are millions of people that do everything right, that follow all the steps as well as they can, and things just don't work out. You know why? Because that's life. And that's okay. That's okay. It's just all of that really is just a long rant for me to tell you again to be kind to yourself. Because you'll meet a lot of the mind virus people out there that'll say that shit to you. And you shouldn't care what a single person who talks to you like that thinks about anything anyway. You worked hard for an a-hole once, that doesn't work. Yeah, exactly. When you're in a bad situation, oh, if I tough this out, it'll get better. Oh, the guy that makes jokes about me getting a raise, oh, he'll definitely change his mind at some point. Yeah. Go smoke another one, bro. That's why you didn't already get one, right? Because you're so valued, you know? It's tough. It's tough. People ask me why I tough this stuff out, you know? They're like, oh yeah, well, not big shot caster anymore. I don't have things as good as I used to money-wise, but you know what? I wouldn't trade this freedom for there's not a lot I would trade this freedom for. If I had the right opportunity, maybe, but I have to work very hard here. I put in a lot of hours. I show up every day, and I love what I do. So I don't really, you know, don't really get fazed as much by how tough it is. I'm happy to put that effort in because I at least get to see the output. And I do know that the quality of my work will determine my success. I know that. So
I'm going.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
SCV ready.
Channels clear. Got it. Cyclone.
Go ahead.
It's the closest thing to freedom I can get. Not having to live with somebody else's boot on my neck.
Ready for the
SCV ready. Objects online. Let's go. SCV ready. Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
Except the ones I want on there.
light command center's got some new toys. Add-ons fit.
SCV ready.
Ready.
Damn! Well, he's either about to kill us or we're going to be able to execute our double battle cruiser rush. There's no in between. I'm just going to let you guys know that. I'm going to try to get the BCs out. If he pushes us before we get the BCs out, I'm going to leave the game because I don't have any other units to fight with. If I get the BCs out, we'll see how far down the rabbit hole goes.
Heading out. On my way. Light flight here. Add-on is complete.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Bad news.
Waiting on you.
SCV ready.
Ready for pickup?
SCV ready. SCV ready.
I think we're going to get there. I think we're going to get there, boys and girls. Oh, yeah, he's nervous about the drops. I want him to burn the Raven energy, and then we'll teleport in. My turn! That's actually a quote from a hit 2006 film featuring Hugh Jackman and Kate Beckinsale, Van Helsing. Now I am the walrus. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Nice. Beautiful. Oh, he had his third too. And 1-1. Once the Ravens used their energy on the drop, I was like, that's it. I think there's just nothing he could do against the BCs there. So kind of just baiting. It was all about, for that game, it was all about just getting the bait on his interference matrix. Because before this fight starts, he has a good amount of energy. One Raven has 59. I think the other one was close to max. Oh, he had two. He had 3 Ravens total. So he had one with 150, one with 90. So he's got enough to drop a turret from this one. He can do interference matrix, I think, twice with that one. So he burns it. He burns it on the Cyclone and the Medevac. But if I had teleported in with just the BCs immediately, yeah, he used 3 interference matrix. That would have been enough to shut this down. Maybe not kill everything since he didn't have Vikings and the Marines weren't that strong. But he had 1-1. He did have 1-1. So he would have been able to at least trade a little better. Like, if he had saved all the energy and dropped turrets or used them on the BCs, I think it's kind of obvious that that would have helped. But that's kind of the play. Is you create a situation. You create a situation where for him to feel safe, he needs to get all of that set up. And then for him to take it beyond that point, it just gets really, really tough because, yeah. And Kale with a great quote in chat. It is possible to commit no mistakes and still lose. You can do everything right and still lose, guys, okay? When you go into situations with expectations of the outcome that you don't have control over, that's when you really, I feel, that's when you really can put great strain on yourself mentally and emotionally. It's not something that I would recommend. We've been playing StarCraft for about 3.5 hours today, so I'm going to take a quick 2-3 minute break, grab myself a snack, and we're going to play some Stormgate for the next few hours until probably about 5 o'clock. So I'd say we got about 3 hours of Stormgate coming up, guys, all right? I'll see you in a few minutes. Thanks so much for the great conversation today. I love you guys. It's been a great chat. Great chat today. All right, we are back. That was a tactical jump? Hell yeah. All right, let's play some Stormgate. Ravens are super cool no matter how much Plague Bird pushes anti-bird agendas. Yeah. Plague Bird, man. He's probably one of those people that thinks birds are real. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Yo, we played some crazy games yesterday. This week's Stormgate streams have been amazing. Really, I'd say once I gotten warmed up, I'd say the latter half of our matches yesterday and the day before have been some of the best games we've had ever playing this. So it's really, really nice. Yeah. I'm glad you have nothing to worry about now, though. Yeah, thank you, Sajin. I appreciate that. You know, there was a time in my life where business was booming. It was easy. I worked really, really hard, and I made a great living for myself. But I had no support network. You know, I didn't have people that were there for me. I had to solve every problem I had by myself. And most of the time, if I was having a bad day, everybody took it about as bad as they possibly could. So that was really, really hard. It was a hard time in my life going through that period of time when I was 18 up until, 26, 27. I was basically completely alone. And that was really, really, really hard. That was really tough. And it's true that, as I guess you could say, a consequence of some of the things that occurred in that period of time, that, yeah, it's a little bit harder to make ends meet these days, but my problems themselves are so much smaller, right? There was a time in my life where money could not solve any of my issues, and now I'm in a place where it actually can, which, it's not as bad as it sounds. I'll say that much. I don't expect you to envy me, but I don't wish to be in anybody's shoes but my own right now. Boom, down.
Ready to work.
Ready. Striking out.
Boom, 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 boom.
Orders. My soul is ready. Orders.
Tell the secret to boom, 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 dum, 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 dum.
Full order received. Transiting now. Got it.
Not enough luminite.
Awaiting further instructions.
Not enough
At
luminite.
your disposal. At your disposal. Ready. Yes.
The cool thing about him leaving his scout in here is that he's giving me guaranteed XP on my Hornet, so that's nice. By not letting any other units kill it, he's ensuring that my Hornet will get the experience for the kill, so that's going to help a little bit with the veterancy.
Not enough luminite.
It's a good thing that he doesn't let it die to my other units. I don't really have any other option in this matchup, so this is like one of the only strong openers there are. Here, you're a snack for my tier 3 unit.
Not enough luminite.
Transiting now.
You're a snack for my tier 3 unit. Come here. Come here. Thank you.
Now. Ready. What's the plan?
Dun, dun, dun,
Ready.
dun.
Lay it on me.
Dun, dun,
On my
dun.
Ready.
Yo, thanks for the follow, KBs. Hope you guys are doing well.
Now. What's the plan? On my way. Lay it on me. En route. Ready.
Ready.
En route. On my way. En route. On my way.
Yo, Nika.
What's the plan? What's the plan?
One question for you as a professional. How is it storming? It's storming well. It actually stopped raining outside finally, so funny question that. It's finally, I was actually during that little break, I just stepped out on my patio and just kind of took a nice little breath, appreciated the
Ready.
nice crisp clean air outside. Took a nice big deep breath. You know what I'm saying? You guys ever get that? You step out of the office and just go get that first big deep breath. Just feels good. When that cold air comes in and fills your lungs. I love it, man. I absolutely love it.
Lay it on me. Transiting now. What's the plan?
Not enough
Lay it on me. Hold it here.
Wonderful.
Lay it on me. What's the plan? Transiting now. Transiting now. Ready.
Our forces are
What's
under
the plan?
attack.
Lay it on me. Lay it on me.
At your disposal. Yes?
What's the plan?
Not enough luminite.
What's the plan? Ready.
But I get to have that conversation with everybody I meet out here. Because most people grew up here or they grew up in the area and they're used to having the seasons and stuff. So I'm very used to getting the, oh, you're gonna get sick of it. You're gonna get sick of it. That's probably the number one thing people hit me with out here when I tell them I love the weather. People don't appreciate it enough. People don't appreciate it enough. The only thing they ever say is, you'll get sick of it eventually. I don't know. You spend enough time without rain,
Ready.
you start to love the rain. Problem is, I loved the rain when I grew up with it too. It's just nice. It's just nice. I've always wanted to be around nature and stuff like that. I think even though I kind of hid myself a long time when I was doing like all the big shotcaster stuff, I think even in those days, I'm pretty sure you guys do remember, there were quite a few times where I said as much. Even when things were all over the place and totally different a long time ago, probably the number one thing I used to say about where I want to end up is somewhere like where I grew up. That definitely has not changed.
Still here. Constructing.
Ready.
Washington is just like it's just like a better Pennsylvania in some ways. The food is worse. Yeah, there's no cheesesteaks, no East Coast pizza. The bagels are kind of mid, but nature-wise, it's just mountains and creeks and rivers and streams everywhere, and I'm all about that. I am all about that.
Constructing.
That is my bag, baby.
Lay it on me. Ready. What's the plan?
Oh yeah, he's coming to kill me, huh?
Forces are under attack.
Moving out. Locked and loaded.
Ready.
Fish in a barrel.
Lay it on me. Transiting now. On my way.
Yeah.
En route.
Moving out.
Ready.
Got him.
Ready.
Pew pew, baby. What on earth?
Ready.
Yeah, that's right. Did my guys go? Well, you're playing the equivalent of the RTS Jigsaw, so...
On my way.
Live or die. The choice is yours.
Lay it on me.
Not
What's
enough
the plan?
luminite.
You know, it's like that country song about skydiving or whatever. You know, and every year I get a little older and I hear that come on somewhere and I think about that song a little differently than I did the last time.
Ready.
You know?
Ready. What's the plan?
We'll see. We'll see. There's some planes. There's some places out here. People just go paragliding and stuff. There's so much public land for stuff like that. There's so much room set aside for people to do crazy shit. It's kind of awesome. Maybe one day. Maybe one day, yeah.
Robot engaged.
On my way. On my way. On my way. On. Lay it on me.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of differences between this place and Pennsylvania, but in my mind, it's better because there are certain specific things that I really like about living here that Pennsylvania just doesn't have, you know?
Ready. Lay it on me.
There's actually some form of like self-employed healthcare that you can get in this state, you know? Stuff like that is nice. Stuff like that is nice. Don't get completely left without a paddle. PA is a little backwards. PA is a bit of a backwards place. I love it. I grew up there. I went to school there. Spent, I'd say, about half my life there now. Maybe a little less than half my life there now. But it's not, you know, it's not one of those places that has kept up with everywhere else over the years, I think.
What's the plan? Transiting now. Lay it on me.
That said, I'd probably still end up there anyway, because it's a lot more affordable than out here long term. But
Transiting now.
that's not such a bad thing either.
On their tail. On my way.
My family's over there, you know.
My way.
If I wanna go pay respects to my mom more, that's where she's buried, right? Some good reasons to have that be a little closer.
Ready. Transiting now.
At your disposal. We'll follow.
Lay it on me. Transiting now. En route. Lay it on me. On my way.
Our forces are under
On
attack.
my way. Ready.
Oh! Oh, did he? Oh! Ah! This is perfect. Perfect.
Our forces are under attack.
Yeah, no, we cooked him here. We cooked him here.
En route. Lay it
That was insane.
en route. Transiting now. En route.
Hiking?
Way.
Yeah, hiking's fun. I love going hiking. There was this basin in Las Vegas out in the desert that we used to go hiking in all the time. That's where I proposed to my wife.
En route.
You just go for miles and miles and climb up hundreds of flights of stairs. It was crazy. The mountains are so freaking tall. The mountains are so freaking big over there, man.
How can I help?
The red rocks, it's beautiful.
Ready. Lay it on me. What's the plan?
Vulcan here. Powered up.
I think I still didn't really like desert stuff too much, especially when we moved there. And by the time we left, I was certainly done with it. But if there's one thing I can say, on a positive note, it's that I gained a very new appreciation for what a desert hiking experience could be, while we were doing that. It's different. There's not as much stuff out there, but when you see those giant slabs of like all these different shades of red and brown and these huge stones and all of that stuff, like the stuff that you can see out there, it's so foreign in a way, but it was like just another reminder that there's just so much cool shit, and you don't even have to go that far away to see it. The drive from Nevada to Seattle, from Vegas to Seattle was just nuts. Like, that was crazy. We went through so many different things. I had never been in a dust storm before. There were like these little tornadoes, like tornadoes, and you think to yourself, oh, that's very scary. I've never seen one in real life, but I'd probably be scared to death. But they just got there's just little tiny tornado guys of dust. Once you're driving north out of there and you're in the plains, we're way up high. There's just these giant, I'm talking like maybe 15 foot wide, little dust spouts just all over the place. And on some level, I had certainly seen or heard of such a thing before in my life. But when we were going out there and we were in that, it was, I can't describe the feeling. It was like I was on another planet. It was so cool. It was crazy. It was I was scared, but also at the same time, it was one of the most fascinating things that I had ever seen in my life. So, you know, like I love that. That's my favorite thing about all of this stuff is it's the journey. It's all about the journey. The places you see, the places you go to, the places you don't. Like, that was awesome. And I think for the first half of that drive, the first day, I rode with my dad in the U-Haul. So we were just driving through these big dust clouds, and everything was super clear. And then you just see this little twister guy in the middle of the road, and Dad's like, "Yeah, we just drive through that." And I'm just sitting there like, "Holy shit, are we gonna go off the ground?" He's like, "We're not in Kansas," and I'm like, "Bro, hey man, it's crazy. You see that for the first time, you're like, oh shit." It was awesome.
Our forces are under attack. Not enough luminite.
Thanks, Anon. Yeah, we definitely went through some scary places, but what we got to see was just fascinating. So much cool stuff. Nature-wise, I know it's hard these days to try and be positive about some things, but you know, the United States really is a beautiful place. It absolutely is. There is so much natural wonder and splendor out there in our own frickin' backyard, man. People got way too much shit they're complaining about.
Not enough luminite. Our forces are under
That's my happy place, man. It's awesome.
Robot engaged. At your disposal. Wonderful.
All right. GG, buddy. Let's go next. Yeah, there's just so much cool stuff out there. Spend less time watching the news. Spend a little more time outside. Your life will be better. Or you can spend your time inside playing video games. But I would just, you know, be careful. Be careful of the mind virus, guys, all right? Live your lives. Be happy. Don't get caught up in all this angry crap people are trying to constantly spew everywhere. It ain't worth it. So what did he do? Just a hedgehog rush? He just hedgehog cheese? I think the counter to that is we just wall off here. We just wall off that base. I think we'll be good.
Robot engaged.
You like my jacket? Thanks, I appreciate that. Yeah, I got this from Stanzi Potenza on TikTok.
Sure. How can I help? Ready. Ready. At your disposal. Moving out.
This guy is giga tryhard, man. Oh my goodness. His whole plan is to just end this game as fast as possible, too. It's crazy. It's crazy. From the moment the game begins, that's it. His only focus is just making it be over as fast as he can. It is fascinating. Sometimes I play people that are like diametrically opposed to me personality-wise like this, and it's always funny. It's always funny. This guy has absolutely no interest in anything that I want to do this game. His only focus is a fixation on getting to the conclusion as fast as he can. That's it. It's the only thing that matters to him.
Following. Will follow. Constructing.
I don't know if that's gonna work. I just wanted to try it because I assume he's just gonna do the same cheese again anyway. So
Little baby here. Maintaining position. Freeze all motor function.
oh, I tried.
At your disposal. Constructing.
Our forces
All right. Well, hopefully now we can try and go to another strategy.
is under attack.
Now he's gonna rush air. No, he's still doing the same cheese. This guy doesn't. I told you he doesn't want to play. If he rushed air, then the game would go longer. That's all you have to do. All you have to do is believe that I'm not lying to you, and it'll make a lot of sense. But he's just trying to end the game. That's all. That's it. He just doesn't want to play. That's all there is to say. His dream would be for this game to be already over with him winning. That's the only reason he's here. Now he expands. Beautiful.
Bot activated. Ready to work. Wonderful. Ready.
Our forces are under attack.
Your directive.
Invalid location.
Yeah, he's hardly got any workers on his expansion either.
Moving out. Still here. Placing structure.
Our base is under attack.
Yeah, if he wants to rush air, that's that's more than fine. He should. If that's what he wants to do, he should.
At your disposal.
Our forces are under attack.
Boot up complete. Transiting now. How can I help?
Not
Placing
enough
structure.
luminite. Sure.
It's funny. Funny game. What, Hornets probably next, right?
Plotting
Not
course.
enough luminite.
Our very angry, aggressive friend. Bow, 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 bow.
Still here.
Not
Cheese drop next. I don't think he has any units made of cheese. We're a little bit past the time frame for a cheese in this game, I think. Cheese, he did cheese, but we've gotten past that point. Anything he does from this point would not be cheese. That would just be whatever his follow-up is, right? That's probably how we would interpret it.
On my way. Ready. Transiting now.
Boot up complete.
What's the plan? Evac is good to go. On my way. En route. On my way. En route. On my way.
our forces are
Transiting
under
now.
attack.
What's the plan? Transiting now. En route. En route. On my way.
Good.
Ready.
Okay. Your directive.
Now he's gonna make all those hedgehogs.
Transiting
He's
now.
gonna make all of those hedgehogs for me like a good boy.
Ready.
Boom, 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 boom. Double shields.
Transiting now. What's the plan? Ready.
I'm here to assist.
What's the plan? Ready.
Our forces are under attack.
What's the plan? En route. On my way. On my way. What's the plan? Ready. En route. On my way. On my way. On their tail. Transiting now. Lay it on me. On my way. Ready. 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 En route. Transiting now. En route. En route. Lay it on me. On my way. Transiting now.
What's the sit rep?
How can I help? Placing structure. Ready to work. Awaiting further instructions.
Invalid location.
Transiting now.
Money is a little bit of a problem, but again, usually when people play as aggressively as this guy has, usually these types of players just don't have the mechanical skill to take it in really long games. So that's why we just try to be smart, try to be a little careful about it, and
My way.
no need to rush into any kind of situation that would jeopardize things too much.
Constructing.
What we're gonna do is go up to Atlas's. We're gonna get our Atlas drop game going, and life will be fine.
Ready.
Just get out a few drops, get ready for that, and we should be good.
Not enough
Ready.
Illuminite.
Shouldn't take too much.
Transiting now. Ready. Ready. Lay it on me.
Not
I'm
enough
listening.
Illuminite.
Lay it on
So let's get the Atlas out while we're doing this. I guess we could just try to drop the Vulcans too.
On my way. On my way. Ready. En route. Evac is good to go. Transiting now. On my way. On my way. What's the plan?
Our forces are
On
under
my
attack.
way. Transiting now. En route. Transiting now. En route. En route.
Targeting systems on.
On my way. Transiting now.
Ah, there it is. There it is. We got him to reveal his hand.
How can I help?
We got him to reveal his hand.
Lay it on
Our
me.
forces are under attack.
Ready.
I mean, I lost everything, but at the very least, we have some idea of what's going on now. This will be a very difficult situation for us to get out of, but it's not impossible, so
Ready.
on some level, we had to kind of expect that this is what he would do, right? That he would want to play for this particular style.
Ready. Bringing the heat.
On my way. On my way. En route. En route. Yeah?
Will comply. Constructing. Still here.
Lay it on me. Transiting now. Transiting now. On my way. On my way. What's the plan?
This should be good. Still here. Your directive. At your disposal. Still here.
Ready when you are. Yeah? Yeah?
Constructing. Still here.
Let's get cracking.
Yeah, there you go.
Ready. Give it.
Nice couple kills on your stuff, right? Not too bad. Not too bad.
Coordinates locked.
What's the plan? En route.
Awaiting further
Oh, I got the turret bug, huh?
constructing.
Got the unbuildable turret bug. Is it finishing? Yeah, okay. I think if I just put enough on it, I can make it finish. So that's nice.
On their tail. Transiting now.
Constructing.
All systems go. On my way. Transiting now.
Did I really not get the medevac upgrade first? What am I doing?
Lay it on me. Transiting now. What's the plan? On my way. Transiting now. En route.
Yes?
On my way. En route. En route.
Like, on some level, you do have to expect that his plan is to eventually transition into something really aggressive again with the Hornets, so...
Ready.
Oh, perfect, perfect. See, that's exactly what I wanted. That's exactly what I wanted.
Lay it on me. Transiting now. Ready.
Yeah, thanks, bro.
Now. En route.
Yeah, 2 Atlases for 10 bobs? Hell yeah! Really? You wouldn't take that deal? No? Seriously?
Ready.
Ready to rumble.
2 Atlases for 10 bobs?
En route. Transiting now. On my way. On my way. On my way.
Oh!
Transiting now. Lay it on me. Ready.
He tried to make more. Tried to make more anti-air. That's hilarious. He tried to make more Hornets.
En route. On my way.
Yeah, see? This is what I meant, though. You play against people like this, they'll typically do a great job of exposing their weaknesses for you.
En route. On my way.
When the game started with him just trying to kill me as fast as he could, that's usually a good indicator that they'll struggle if you just survive. You just gotta survive, mate.
Transiting now. What's the plan? Ready. Transiting now. Transiting now. En route. En route. En route. On my way. En route. En route. Lay it on me. On my way.
Our forces are under attack.
Your ball to call.
Ready. Lay it on me.
Yeah?
Transiting now.
Where are your Hornet gods now?
On their tail. En route. On my way. What's the plan? Transiting now. On my way. Transiting now. What's the plan? Ready.
It's going up. Placing structure.
What's the plan?
Ready. Your directive. Constructing.
Invalid location.
Your ball to call.
Don't try to fight it.
Not enough room.
Yes, Commander.
Transiting now. On
Well, the only thing holding us back right now is anti-air. So I think this is that moment where we just get one more drop of hedgehogs ready.
en route.
We get one more hedgehog drop ready, and then we should be able to just kill him. I don't see him. Don't see him being able to do too much.
Got it.
Don't see him being able to do too much in the near future.
Confirmed. Moving down.
On my way. Transiting now. On my way. On my way.
Not enough luminite.
Ready when you are. En route.
Don't try to fight it.
Transiting now.
Just put it on a Friday.
On my way. Transiting now. On my way. On my
Our
way.
forces are under attack. Luminite.
What's the plan?
Dun, 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 dun.
Lay it on me. On my way. On my way. En route. Ready. Transiting now. Ready.
Not enough
On
luminite.
my way. On
On my way, where are you?
Lay it on me.
Not
Ready.
enough luminite.
Transiting now. Ready.
Oh yeah, lots of air, huh?
What's the plan? Ready.
Our
On my way.
forces are under attack.
I'm gone.
Transiting now. En route. On their 6. Ready.
Your ball to call.
Transiting now.
Blazing.
No, we're doing this, man. You don't get a say.
Get on me. Transiting
Our
now.
forces are under attack.
Ready. En route. On my way. En route.
Your ball to call.
En route. En route.
Your ball to call.
En route. En route. Ready.
Our forces are under
On
attack.
On my way.
With a quickness.
En route. En route. What's the plan?
Our
Transiting now.
forces are under attack.
What's the plan?
What's the sit rep? What's the sit rep? Make way. Fish in a barrel.
Our forces are under attack.
Give it to me. Come to pop. On my way. I'm listening. You read my mind. Call it. Ready.
Ready when you are. Ready when you are. Rolling. Let's get cracking.
Our forces are under attack.
On their tail. Transiting now.
No.
En route. On my way.
Take your build back to Fisher Price. Woo! It felt so good to beat that guy after he cheesed me, man. It felt so good. He cheesed me 2 games in a row. He cheesed me 2 games in a row, and I still got him. Feels amazing, man. Feels amazing. Woo! That was a good game. Whew. Just needed a nice little sip of water after that game. The Vanguard mirror matchup is just crazy. It's just crazy. I think that's something that players are still not used to seeing. It's one of the things that I do that I don't think a lot of other people that are playing this game are doing with the drops. The drop play is just so strong in this game. All right, got to make sure this isn't the guy that tower cannon rushes or whatever. There's one guy that cannon rushes on this every game.
I'm here to assist.
Guess you made him Swiss cheese? Yeah, baby, yeah. I got some new redeems. I got a bunch of stuff I'm working on for the stream over the course of this weekend, so I should have some pretty interesting updates for you guys if you tune in on Monday. Some things are just going to be for me, but I'm going to be moving my setup around a little bit too, so it's going to be one of those situations where it's a little different for me. Some things are going to be a little different for you, but I think it'll be nice. Some of the things that I can't really do with like the rainbow units and whatnot, since StarCraft isn't the main game anymore here, I think I want to try and get some emotes. I want to get some emotes that are a little more Stormgatey. I want to get like a Gatling gun emote. I want to get like an emote of like the pickup or drop icon or something. Is kind of what I'm thinking. But I've got a few other special effect type things that I want to try to offer as redeems rather than game specific things, because I can't do the rainbow unit thing I do in StarCraft in this game because I can only do red and blue, which are obviously way too universal. Chroma keying out though red and blue would be a bad move. So I also can't have it be the same one every time either. Yeah, man. Yeah, emotes. You better believe. Yeah, man. Like the one you just posted. Exactly.
Coordinates locked.
This next phase of everything has just been so exciting, you know?
Relocation
Stormgate streams have been so good. Everybody that's come here from Stormgate has just been really, really polite and awesome. And I'm very, very, very excited about making this game a big part of the stream for the rest of the year. Obviously, we're not going to be able to stream it the whole way through until it releases in early access, or depending on if I get some kind of special permission ahead of time. But I'm just excited. I'm just excited to have another adventure to go on. Hopefully make those crazy memories again, right?
Not enough luminite. Not enough luminite.
I'm excited though.
Not enough luminite.
Oh, very defensive setup for the high gas build that he did. Low on units too, which suggests, yeah, this is gonna be him going real quick like. It's gonna be going real quick like for that Doombringer. Going big Doombringer play. The goal is to get the Vulcan out. If I get the Vulcan out, then I can hold pretty much anything that Infernal can throw at me early on. We want to start the Vulcan.
Therium.
We want to just start the Vulcan up, get it ready to go.
Therium.
There we go. Get the Solar Depot to boost it up. Help it build faster.
Enough luminite.
Then we can pull back down on gas because I don't really want to put too many workers on the Therium since it has diminishing returns and you kind of you can burn it out basically, so
Invalid rotation.
once we get a Vulcan or two, we should be fairly secure.
Not enough luminite.
Robot engaged.
Yeah, thanks Nesoric. I appreciate that, man.
Give it to me.
Insufficient therium.
Which MMR? Oh yeah, I don't know. We don't really focus a lot on stuff like that here. I think the last time I saw it, it was like 1600-ish. I don't know if that means anything to you, but
Your ball to call.
it's not a stat that I actively track here. I find most of the time when people want to talk about MMR, they want to talk about it in a negative way. So because of that, I just don't really have that much interest in it as a conversation subject.
I'm here to assist.
Ready. Your ball to call. On the move. Big way. Blazing a trail. Top speed.
Not enough.
Now we get the drop ship, and the game begins.
Ready to work.
Not
Transiting
enough
now.
luminite.
Yes, Commander. With a quickness.
A shame us new Stormgate viewers aren't rabble rousers. I love you guys. I love you guys, man.
Yes, Commander.
Not enough.
I fell into that cycle of self-abuse in StarCraft and like the self-hating stuff, super hardcore. Getting out of that is one of the best things I ever did.
Sit rep.
At your disposal.
I want to find all the sane people. I want to find all the sane people
I'm listening.
who just like video games and talking about video games and like music and movies and stuff, you know? I want those to be my people.
En route. Lay it on me. Ready.
Not enough luminite.
Constructing.
Ready.
I don't ever need to spend another second of my life arguing about whether or not something is balanced or not balanced in a video game ever again. And I'm never going to. Never going to.
With extreme precision.
Transiting now. En route. On my way. Transiting now. En route.
I appreciate that. It's a very nice thing of you to say. Thanks, man.
Transiting now.
I'm gone.
I know I made a lot of my old fans upset when I stopped playing StarCraft all the time, but, you know, it's like, I can't live my life for other people either. I gotta do things that I enjoy. Otherwise, none of this is real anyway, so...
Yes?
Lay it on me. Ready. On my way.
It's going up. Still here.
Lay it on me.
On my way.
Boot up complete.
Transiting now. Stay in put. Transiting now. What's the plan? Transiting now. Lay it
We
on.
should be able to follow this up with a double. Should be able to double drop him next.
Ready.
At your disposal.
And I think evac speed is done. Yep, evac speed will be done.
On my way.
Usually, the only thing that just completely catches us off guard in this situation is if they go into crazy fast air. So what I will do is get, I call it the insurance policy hedgehog. So we just get at least just one, just the one cheeky hedgehog, just to make sure that we don't bury ourselves for no reason.
En route.
You can see trying to drop his economy is not going to work very well with how much static defense he has. So that makes it even that much more important that we drop in his army if we get the opportunity. Yeah, 'cause it's going to be a lot of stuff like this. Lots of cannons, lots of turrets, lots of static defense.
Transiting now. Ready. On my way. Transiting now. En route. Transiting now. On my way. What's the plan?
That evac almost died too.
What's the plan?
That was scary, man. That was scary. Yeah, so we're gonna need Atlas drops at this point. Gonna need Atlas drops at this point.
Lay it on me. Transiting now.
Ready. Blazing a trail.
It's going up. You're directed. Alrighty.
Got an itchy trigger finger.
Awaiting further instructions.
Big way.
Lay it on me. Ready.
I think the Atlas damage upgrade is about to finish, so I think we're in a good place.
What's the plan?
He's very defensively postured, but that's not something that we can't deal with. I actually do want to go grab the camps.
On my way.
Nathan's gonna do something he never does and kill some camps.
Ready. Ready.
Might as well. It's free real estate.
On my way.
I can't attack him, so I should take what I can get.
Way. En route. Transiting now. What's the plan?
Constructing.
On my way.
Our forces are under attack.
Transiting now.
Camps EU. You guys know I'm not a very big fan of the camps, but I understand that that's one of those, it's just one of those things that I'm just gonna, the sooner I accept it, the less anguish,
En route.
right?
Lay it on me. On my way.
I just hope they can make it as good as like the jungle in League of Legends. If they could get the camps to feel like I'm jungling in League, then I would be a little more interested. As of now, they're just like, it's very light buffs. Like you can clearly tell that they were scared to make them good, but also they still want you to do them. It's like they really want you to take the camps, even though they don't want them to, like, none of them are like that good outside of the catapult one from the other map, but like, yeah.
Lay it on me. On my way. Ready. Transiting now. On their tail. En route. On my way. On their stick. On my way. En route. En route.
I lowered my mouse sensitivity a little bit last night to try and prep for today's stream since I feel like it's been too fast.
Ready.
And, yeah, I actually like the results. I like the results. It feels a little less janky trying to maneuver.
Way. Ready. En route. What's the plan?
Say hello to my
Our forces are under
Lay it
attack.
on me.
It's really important to take these fights on the map because the Atlas does do friendly fire. So if you let your Atlases shoot at your own units to like hold an attack, you will die. So you don't want to do that. You don't.
En route.
All powered up.
On their tail. Transiting now. On my way. On my way. En route. Transiting now. Lay it on me. En route.
Well, I don't know if you know anything about vampires, but I'm just gonna say this, man. Yeah, the vampire you're hanging out with's probably been, what, drinking deer blood or some shit? Just, like, give them some real blood. They won't get hangry anymore, and then maybe you'll get your friend back, okay? Disclaimer, I've only seen the Twilight movies and Van Helsing and Castlevania, so you're just gonna have to do one of those things.
What's the plan?
Godspeed, sir.
What's the plan? Ready? Lay it on me.
At some point, he has to get air units to deal with this, so that's why we preempt. We do have to preempt with some hedgehogs. It would be irresponsible.
Under attack.
It would be irresponsible not to. Yep, he's getting Spriggans. Oh yeah. He's doing all the things that we want him to do.
What's the plan?
He's doing all the things we want him to do. That's the beauty of my play style. I'm basically just slowly constructing a saw trap, and eventually he's going to step into it. And then he will have to make the choice of whether he lives or whether he dies.
En route. Ready? On my way.
It's beautiful. It's poetic.
Tail. En route. Transiting now. Lay it on me. On their tail.
Give it to me.
It's going up.
On their tail.
Let's take... Do we have to take all of them? Maybe. Maybe not.
What's the plan?
Maybe not. Well, leave mines here. We'll do that.
At your disposal.
There you go.
En route.
You could bring a Vulcan or two, though. You could bring a Vulcan or two.
En route.
Let's not be greedy. Well, how many hedgehogs do you really think you need to do this? One more wave?
The plan.
Just one more? One more round? Okay.
Stay in put.
I can let that slide. I can do that. That works for me. That works for me.
Base is under attack.
En route. Transiting now. On my way. En route. On my way. On my way.
Yes, Commander.
Ready?
That's what he used his big infest on? Okay.
Our forces are under attack.
On their six. En route. En route. On my way. Ready? What's the plan?
Okay, Nate. One more. Yeah, one more hedgehog. We did just lose a few.
On my way.
We did just lose a few. The only way we lose this game is if he kills everything in the air. Otherwise, there's no reason he should be able to touch us.
On their tail.
So, there we go. There we go. Let's get the hedgies. These are the only hedgies we like, okay?
En route. On their six.
My hedgehogs are not short any retail businesses.
Transiting now. En route. Lay it on me. Transiting now. Ready. On my way. Ready. Lay it on me. On their tail. En route. On my way. What's the plan? On my way. On my way. Transiting now. En route. Transiting now. En route. En route.
Oh, he's coming! Oh!
Ready.
I mean, he might kill me.
En route. En route. On my way.
Yes, Commander.
Give me them orders. What's the plan?
All right, then. There you go.
Constructing.
What's the plan?
It's going up.
Hit me.
That was crazy. That was crazy, right? Right? Here. Leave that guy. Let's bring the other dudes over to fix them. Let's bring the other dudes over to fix them. Well, I wanted to do a big drop with the hedgehogs. That's what I want. I want to doom drop his base. I want to put hedgehogs inside of his base, and then he can't break me, right? Like a big hedgehog Vulcan drop kind of deal. Obviously, that hasn't been super easy for me to arrange due to aforementioned conditions of this game. So, it's not that I don't want to. It's just that every time I've been ready to go, he attacks me. So, yeah. Yeah, you can pick up the hedgehogs while they're siege, just like the tanks. So that's how you save yourself.
Yes? Still here. It's going up. Constructed.
So like I said, every time I get ready to move out, this guy just attacks me again. So I apologize. I know you guys would like to see me leave my base. I swear to God, I'm not trying to turtle. He transmogrified me into a turtle. Is that acceptable? Can I say that? Anyway, I feel like that kind of gets it across. I've been transmogrified into a turtle. Think of it like the Yu-Gi-Oh card, Polymorph. Something like that. Or the Lulu ability, Polymorph. Or the support character card from Castlevania. Oh, nope, sorry, wrong Polly. My bad. Oh, like that Ben Stiller movie, Along Came Polly. No, I think I'm still off. Anyway, if I told you I was trying to get out of my base, would that be enough? Would that be enough for you to believe me? To believe that I love you? I'm trying. I'm doing the best I can. Oh, he's doing the thing. He's doing the thing. Is that it? Sorry, that's what she said. I think it's time. I think it's go time. Things are about to get weird.
Report for duty. Lay it on me. Ready. On my way. On my way.
If this works, will be the greatest thing we've ever accomplished.
Transiting now. En route. Transiting.
The message from my heart is too loud to do apart.
Lay it on me. On their tail. What's the plan? Transiting now. On my way. Ready.
Their time is
Our
up.
forces are under attack.
On my way.
Our base is under attack.
All right, are you guys good if I just bring the medevacs home to help? Okay, appreciate it.
Our forces are under attack. Our base is under attack.
Appreciate it. Yeah, we need some Vulcans. We need some Vulcans.
under attack.
What's the
Our
plan?
base is under attack.
On my way. What's the plan?
I think we're there, though. I think we're there.
Our forces are under attack.
Ready. En route. En route.
Forces are under attack.
Yo, how about that, though? How about that? Talk about difficult to exorcise, huh? Sorry, that was a demon joke. I haven't referenced that movie yet today. I don't know why. I don't know why I made the joke without making the reference. Katie and I tried to watch a new B horror movie. As you guys know, Nathanius is a huge fan of horror movies, and I have begrudgingly brought my wife along, and she's now also a fan of the Saw movies. But we tried something new yesterday. We watched a film called Countdown. It's about it's really about as straightforward as it gets. I would describe this as a The Ring type horror movie. It follows basically all the same story beats as The Ring, except it's about an app on your phone that if you download it, it tells you when you're gonna die. The twist is that it's real, except the terms and conditions say that once you know, you're not allowed to do anything to change it. Otherwise, you just die instantly. So it was okay. It had the lead actress was the girl who played the cop in the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. So same actor. She was okay. The movie itself, I mean, as far as I think if you know the premise and you still want to watch it, I feel like you do kind of get something, but it's not very good. I wouldn't recommend it. Unless me telling you that it's basically The Ring with a demon in a phone, then, you know, if that doesn't get you excited, you probably don't want to watch it. Now, me, I love The Ring. So, The Ring derivatives and other such The Ring derivative products, those I like those. So,
Will follow. Transiting now. Weapons ready.
I don't know. Do we get his scout for free? No? Okay. It was worth a shot.
Coordinates locked. Wonderful. Your directive. Sure.
Well, if you're curious, Jasmine, those questions, all the questions that you might have, all the gotchas, that's what campy horror is about. It's like, oh, this person does actually. In the movie, they go to a guy who's like, oh yeah, I can just hack this. And then, yeah, but the idea is that it's like actually a demon. It's like a real demon is the idea of it. That's all.
At your disposal.
There's a lot of people in the movie who download the app and see that they're going to live to be like 70 or 80. Like a lot of characters do. But the characters that see that they're going to die soon usually have like plans. And then they're like, oh, something was going to happen on this trip. I'm just going to cancel it. And then your phone beeps and it's like, terms of service violated. And then you start to see some real creepy shit in the mirror when you're looking around. So that's basically the movie in a nutshell. It's basically the movie in a nutshell. The main character tries to cheat by like faking her death. But obviously, since the implication is that it's a real supernatural actual demon, no. It's one of those ones that ends with a cliffhanger for a second movie, and you're like, if a second movie of this got greenlit,
Plotting course. Gun obstructing.
it'd be like when they made Jingle All the Way 2. Arnold Schwarzenegger was like, hell no. So they got Larry the Cable Guy instead and just made a completely different movie with the same name. No. That one seemed to bomb hard enough that they probably won't bring it back. I doubt there will be a second version of the movie Countdown. I highly doubt it. I would be shocked. Did I ever watch any of the Cube movies? Do you mean Hellraiser? Yeah, Hellraiser. That's actually some scary stuff. I mean, they get into some pretty intense visuals there. But yeah. I've seen the Hellraiser movies. They're great. Pinhead is just, I mean, he's daddy, right?
Can I help?
Biokinetic lab. Okay, so this just feels like he's gonna do the Lancer build. It's pretty popular, pretty popular. A bunch of people trapped in a maze. Vube. Cube, it's called Cube. People are in a maze, in a cube maze.
Not enough luminite.
Any, are the actors any decent? Anybody I'd know from other shitty horror movies?
Not enough luminite.
I'll look into that. Is it just called Cube? Thank you for the raid, Jardozer. Thank you, Jardozer. I've been talking about horror movies and stuff. Cube is a classic. What year is, I don't know. I've never heard of Cube. I've never heard of this before. Enlighten me.
Yes?
You've piqued my interest.
Move order received.
If you're passionate about this, then I will probably enjoy watching it, so.
Ready.
Call it.
I'm one of those guys that even watches the bad movies just so I can watch them, you know?
Hit me.
Insufficient therium. Not enough
Hit me.
luminite.
Making tracks. Holding here. Making tracks. What's the sit rep? Give it to me. Hit me. Got an itchy trigger finger.
Constructing.
Unable to build there.
Still here. Constructing.
Give it to me.
Original was 97. There was a Cube Zero in 2004 and then a couple others. Japanese remake a few years ago.
Luminite.
Okay, well, modern Japanese remake of 90s horror movie sounds kind of exciting. I may check that out.
The sit rep.
I may check that out.
Call it.
Sounds like it's like a pre-Saw escape room type film.
Give it to me.
I guess there were a few movies about people in mazes. I think there were a couple.
I'm listening. Ready. Call it.
Insufficient therium.
Got an itchy trigger finger.
It inspired the Saw series? Really? Like for real, for real? Yeah, I'm gonna have to peep that.
Not enough luminite.
Evac ready. En route. On my way.
Constructing.
Boom, 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 boom,
Lay
boom.
it on me. Ready. Lay it on me. On my way. What's the plan?
Making tracks.
It's gonna be hard for you to defend your base from down there, don't you think?
En route.
Let's get some.
Transiting now. What's the plan? En route.
Like a hot knife. With extreme pressure. Like a hot knife. Yes, Commander? Come to pop.
Yeah, he got the med tech too soon. He just doesn't seem to have that many units.
Yes, Commander? Call it.
En route. Transiting now. On my way.
Got him. A Vulcan drop, man. They're good. A group of strangers awaken to find themselves placed in a giant cube. Each one of them is gifted with a special skill, and they must work together to escape an endless maze of deadly traps. Well, tell me there's a really smart guy that's good at traps who dies in the first quarter of the movie because he clearly is too prepared for the situation, and I'm sold. Oh, baby. That's my character right there. That's my character right there. That's why people are like, oh, Nathan, you'd be too prepared for a zombie apocalypse. I'm like, you guys don't get it. I'm the guy who dies, and then the main characters find my stash, and they use that to live. Okay? That's my role. I know who I am. All right? I ain't fucking Rick Grimes. It'd be cool, but I ain't. Isn't Nathan a pop icon? Love him. Thank you. I didn't realize I was a pop icon. It's nice that you would consider me among my favorites, like Gaga and Jepsen, but I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, that was fun. That was a crazy game. I love playing Stormgate, man. You can get into just some absolutely insane situations in this. You get into just some crazy, crazy games. Thanks for watching today, everybody. I appreciate it a lot. You don't even listen to Gaga? I'm sorry for your loss. Yeah, in this matchup, it's so hard to play macro. I've just, like, I mean, I could just instantly leave against people that are aggressive, but I know that people don't really like that, so I just kind of do this, Hornet into expand, and then, yeah. At some point, hopefully in the next build that we can stream, they put in, like, a nice nerf to the early game BS in this matchup, but this is just kind of like a catch-all, lowest common denominator strategy that just allows me to hopefully get to the mid-game. That's about it. Not too much else nuance-wise. Yo, Spadicles, thanks for the sub, man. God bless you. Because, yeah, you do, like, Hangar Bay, and then 1 to 2, 3 Hornets. Like, they deal with everything, so... Even the Hedgehog guy, like, he can't siege Hedgehogs outside my base and have stuff to deal with dogs and the Lancer, etc., etc., so... It's not my favorite situation to get stuck in, but... This is, it's just where we are. It's just where we're at. How do you not sub to a pop icon like Nate? Yeah, thank you. I can only hope. I can only hope to achieve such heights. Chat trying to make me feel insecure about my love of pop music today, is that it? Now, if I could go to another Carly Rae Jepsen concert, man, now that was a good time. I tell you what, there wasn't a single salty person there. That was just, everybody there was there to party. That was fun. That was fun.
G to G.
Let's go, baby. Let's get it.
What's the plan?
Huh? Oh, he's got his pooch. He's got his guy here. He's got his scout on my base.
Transiting now. Lay it on me. Ready.
I think I can kill this 1v1.
What's the plan?
It's close.
Ready.
Yeah, there you go. It's not bad at all.
Lay it on me.
And you just use that to get money.
Transiting now.
That's about it.
Still here. Moving out.
Lay it on me.
You use the early Hornets to either poke, harass, get some resources from the camps,
Ready.
and then use those resources to expand and kind of try to snowball the game a little bit. Like, getting these resources are really nice because he's probably expecting the rush. So at this point in time, he should be investing very heavily into defensive stuff that won't really do anything against...
What's the plan?
They really won't do anything unless I attack him. So it now behooves us to not attack him because he just doesn't really have the same ability to
Ready.
deal with it as we do.
Plan. What's the plan? Transiting
Insufficient
now.
Therium.
Transiting now. On my way. On my way. En route. On my way. On my way.
Awaiting further instructions.
Perfect.
Got it.
On my way.
Your directive.
What's the plan? Lay it on me. Lay it on me.
Not enough luminite.
We'll follow.
Repair in this game is free, so use it and use it often.
I'm here.
Got it.
My blade is ready.
What's the plan?
But I'm expecting him to have a lot of anti-air stuff, like pretty
On me.
early, right? That just makes sense. That makes sense.
Ready.
It's going up. Constructing.
Not enough
What's the
luminite.
plan? Lay it on me.
Relocating.
Ready. What's the plan?
Not enough luminite.
Your directive.
Ready. Lay it on me.
My blade is ready.
Alrighty.
Invalid location. Not enough luminite.
Ready. On.
So as you see, he rushed a bunch of turrets. He's got exo turrets. He is very, 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 very safe, right? He's going to be very hard to kill. So that's why I'm like, let's just power up these guys. You do get veterancy experience, which is the equivalent of getting upgrades in this game. You do get veterancy from killing the camps. So if you're in a situation where you can't push them too much, even though I personally do not really like the camps, I can see that this is one of those situations where they demonstrate a pretty tremendous amount of value. There's just a lot. There's just a lot that you can gain from having them on the map like that.
At your disposal.
Uninfilled filter.
Wonderful.
Transiting now.
The air units can also use the flowers on the map too, the healing flowers.
En route.
A little busted if you ask me, but here we are.
Vulcan online.
Not enough luminite.
Lay it on me. What's the plan?
Yes, Commander.
Ready to work.
En route. Lay it on me.
So these guys get a little permanent EXP.
Transiting now.
Air units do have to speed up and slow down at a lot slower rate than they do in SC2 between shots is maybe one of the other things to keep in mind.
Lay it on me.
Awaiting further instructions.
En route. On my way. Ready.
And then we go into Vulcans.
Luminite.
Or Atlas. Go to Atlas drop.
Ready. Ready. En route. On my way. On my way. Transiting now.
I knew I'd find your squishy spot. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at what he's doing.
Are under attack.
Can I help? Awaiting further.
You see that? You see that? You see what he's going for?
Lay it on me.
Mm-mm.
What's the plan? Lay it on me.
This is going to be tough. This is the last tough moment because he did just reveal his hand. He showed his hand, so it's going to be tricky. It's going to be very, very tricky.
Lay it
I don't have as much as he does right now, especially with what I lost. So,
Ready? What's the plan?
Hit me.
On my way. Transiting now. Yeah?
Our base is under attack.
Your ball to
Not
call.
enough room.
Awaiting further instructions.
damn, yeah, I think he got me, right? I think he got me.
Still here.
Yeah, I just barely wasn't ready for that. Just barely didn't have enough.
Confirmed. Moving down.
Not enough room.
Give me them orders.
Give it to me.
Not enough room.
Let's get great.
Insufficient supply.
Give me them orders.
Awaiting further instructions.
Say hello to my big friend.
Give me them orders. Report for duty.
Insufficient supply.
Ready.
I mean, it was annoying, sure, but
Moving out.
that's everything he's got, right? For the most part.
Give it to me. Time is wasted. Orders. Give it to me.
Insufficient supply.
Yes, Commander? What's the sit rep? Ready to back it out of here, so take it in. Top speed. What you got?
Got it.
Insufficient supply.
Yes, Commander.
Awaiting further instructions.
1, 2. 1, 2. Perfect.
Your ball to call.
All systems go.
We're gonna have to get some pretty sick pickups here.
Lay it on me.
This is gonna be a big deal.
On my way. Lay it on
'Cause I just don't really have money, so this is tough. This is gonna be very tough.
Transiting now. Ready. Transiting now. Transiting now. Lay it on me.
Insufficient supply.
It's going up. Robot engaged.
Transiting now. On my way. On my way. Transiting now. Ready. En route.
Our forces
There he
are
is.
under attack.
Okay. He didn't go until I was right about to be out of my base, but that's okay.
On my way. Transiting now. En route. Lay it on me. Ready. En route. On my way. What's the plan? Transiting now. On my way.
Yeah.
Your ball to call.
Ready. Transiting now. En route. En route. Transiting now. What's the plan?
What you got?
En route.
What else? What else is out there?
En route. On my way. En route. En route.
Ready. Yes.
Ready. Transiting now.
This is why you need multiple evacs, of course, because if I just have hedgehogs, then I can't actually do anything, so it's a little bit tricky. It's a little bit tricky.
Transiting now. En route. On their six.
Ready for combat.
This should be good. Awaiting further instructions. Yes.
Our forces are under
Evac is
attack.
good to go. Ready. Transiting now. On my way. Transiting now. En route. Transiting now.
There we go. There we go.
En route. Transiting now. Transiting now. On my way. Transiting now. En route. On my way. En route. Transiting now. On my way. En route. En route. What's the plan?
Yes.
Give me something to shoot.
Not
Ready.
enough luminite.
Lay it on me.
Is it easy? No. No, no, no. Is it fun? Very, very, very fun.
My way. En route. Transiting now. En route. En route. En route. On my way. On my way. Transiting now.
Our forces are under
Ready.
attack.
On my way. En route.
Yeah. Oh, turns out it's not that easy.
Now.
It's not that easy.
En route. On my way. En route.
Ready. Constructing. Constructing.
What's the plan?
Got an itchy trigger finger. Hitting the road. Gotta go.
Transiting now. On my way. En route. Transiting now. What's the plan? En route. Transiting now.
Not
What's the
enough
plan?
Luminite.
What's the plan? Lay it on me.
Not enough.
We go get our next base, and then we hit him where it hurts.
Lay it on me. En route. Transiting now. En route. Transiting now. On my way. En route. On my way. Transiting now. On my way. Transiting now. Transiting now. On their tail. Transiting now. On my way.
All powered up.
On my way. En route. Transiting now. Lay it on me. Ready when you are. Yeah? Right there,
Ready.
lay it on me.
Yes.
Unable to build there.
On their six. Lay it on me.
Crazy game, right? Crazy.
Under attack.
On my way.
Call it.
Lay it on me.
Taking it.
Transiting now.
I'm here.
At your disposal.
Evac is good to go.
On that 6.
Ready.
Ready when you are.
I'm here to assist.
Call it.
On my way.
Ready to rumble.
On my way. En route. Transiting now. What's the plan?
What you got?
On my way.
Not
Transiting
enough
now.
Luminite.
Transiting now. En route. En route. On my way. En route. What's the plan? Ready. Lay
Yeah,
it
his
on.
Air Force, he's had a lot. He's had a lot of stuff.
What's the plan?
There's been good control from him.
On my way.
I need to be careful, because he is not
What's the plan?
making it too easy. Oh, there we go.
On their six.
Our base is under
En
attack.
route. Transiting now. Ready. On my way. En route. Transiting now. En route. On my way.
Our
En route.
forces are under attack.
Transiting now. Transiting now. En route. Lay it on me. Lay it on me. En route. What's the plan?
Going in hot. Hit me. Let's get good.
Our forces are under attack.
En route. What's the plan? Transiting now.
Call it.
On their tail.
Our
Transiting
base is
now.
under attack.
On my way.
Got my ears on the hood.
Transiting now.
Our
Transiting
forces
now.
are under attack.
What's the plan? What's the plan? En route. On my way. Transiting now.
Our forces
On my
are
way.
under attack.
Yes, Commander.
What's the plan?
Yeah, no.
At your disposal.
Our forces
to call.
are under attack.
Targeting systems on. Top speed.
Ready.
Ready.
Awaiting further instructions.
En route. On my way. On my way. Ready. What's the plan? Transiting now. En route.
I've got lots of mines over my own base, too.
En route. On their six. On their tail. En route. Lay it on me. On their tail.
Coordinates locked.
Transiting now. Transiting now.
Will follow.
Transiting now.
Still here. This should be good.
Transiting now.
Let's get cracking. Yeah?
En route.
Got to assume he has this, right?
Transiting now. En route. Lay it on me. What's the plan? On my way.
Like a hot knife.
En route. En route. Lay it on me. On their six. On their tail. En route. Ready.
Yep. Now he's running out of his anti-air. That's his problem, right? That's the big problem. The money's becoming a big issue for him again.
Lay it on me. On my way.
Got him. GG. Whew. I did have a guy try and tell me red and blue teams are bad because they're hard to tell apart. I really think that having colorblind accessibility options are like, I think that those are a really big deal. I don't know. On some level, I think red and blue can be a little difficult sometimes for people that have those. So I think that it's important for games to include options for those individuals. Like there's no reason to exclude someone just because of like they were born with different eyeballs. Like that'd be kind of fucked up. So I think if you have the capability to offer that, then yeah, sure, of course, you go for it. But probably not something that's super focused on in the earliest stages. I do hope that we get that. I hope you guys like that drop play too. Does it look easy? No. Does it look fun? Yes. GG. Thank you, Farfu. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I really like that. In this game, one of the more interesting differences between Stormgate and StarCraft is that in StarCraft, you can have an infinite amount of units stack up on one space in air. Like there's no push, there's no collision for air units, and there's also no pathing for air units in StarCraft. They just go wherever you click as a result. But in Stormgate, all of the ships have a bit of weight to them. You cannot just stack them all on top of each other. They do collide, they do push each other around, and I don't think that they will try to path around units. I don't really think that they path still. But if you try to use Return to Hangar Bay and they are physically blocking you or are in your way, then yeah, you can just get body blocked. And that's something that you can do as a counter to your opponent. Like in a hypothetical situation where somebody was playing against me, or how about this? He might have done that intentionally. Maybe he knew that if he put all of his ships in a line, he would block me. It's something that naturally happens more because even though, yes, he could have done that intentionally, the reality is his ships also collide with themselves. So his army kind of naturally, his air force will naturally spread out a little bit as a result of that, which will kind of create this net. So if you want to be able to escape that, you need to make sure that the radius is not going to run into that part, right? So if you imagine a circle around yourself, there's one specific section where if you go through, he stops you. So you kind of need to go outside. You need to find an outside source of either angle, or you split them off or do something like that. So it can be tricky, though. It can be really tough. I just need to use the restroom and grab another water. And we're going to play for like another hour and a half. Does that sound good? I'm going to be right back real quick. Not even a real full break or anything. I'm not even switching the screen. Just give me a minute. It is a bad hair day for me though, huh? I should have put something in it today. Should have put something in it today. It's all that moisture in the air. It's getting me a little. My hair, it's falling down. My hair is too heavy. It's falling down on me. Needs support. I think when you use colorblind mode in StarCraft, I think it makes the units what is it? It's like a blue and orange instead. Blue and orange are extremely popular in many different situations because they are two of the colors that people just do not ever really struggle with. The majority of people have no problem at all. Well, I think it's like the maximum amount of humans have the least amount of possibility of confusing blue and orange, I think, compared to any other two colors. Can you configure forced team colors? No. No, you can't.
Ready to work.
Oh. My game was bugging out for a second there at the start. In StarCraft 2? Well, in StarCraft 2, there's a colorblind option, which would have the same effect anyway, since it requires you to use team colors. The colorblind option doesn't get rid of the red and blue.
Waiting further instruction. Transiting now. At your disposal. Construct.
It, like, affects your team color settings. So you would already need to have your team colors on anyway. It does change the colors in the team color settings menu, though. Oh, he's got the depot too. You dog rushing? You dogging me, dog? You dogging me? I guess since he had to make the depot, I could just make extra dogs myself. It's not like I need the depot to do the same thing. He could go Lancers, but YOLO.
Alrighty.
Seems like that would be easy to just make configurable anyway. I don't think anything in software development is ever easy, but I definitely think that once they have a user interface for configuring things that are visual, then yes, I would probably expect them to put some colorblind options in. Some games are really good about it. Like in Fortnite, if you go into your display settings, they've got like 7 or 8 different eye things you can have that they have special color palettes for, and they include preview images that change as you adjust them. So like some games are really good about accessibility. Some games are really good about it. StarCraft 2, I brought up StarCraft 2 as an example of a game that does it well. In case you determined it otherwise, that's not what I meant at all. There's no such feature in this game though. Like in StarCraft, even if you don't use the colorblind setting, you can be the same color every game and make your opponent the same color every game. It's a visual only thing. It doesn't affect the replays, but it's nice for visual clarity because then a player could pick whatever 2 colors they want. Yes, that's definitely the case. I definitely think, however, that it's more likely we get colorblind settings before we get team color settings, or at least I would prioritize one over the other.
This should be good.
Not enough luminance.
I'm not colorblind, but I just don't see any reason to leave those people out. So, because I agree, I don't on a conceptual standpoint, I don't think that it's the most difficult thing to ask for. But yeah, God knows how hard it is to code it, right? Who knows? Could be a huge pain in the butt for all I know.
Insufficient therium.
Move order received.
Overwatch cut corners to do it. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. It's Blizzard, you know. They don't really do polished stuff anymore.
Constructing. Sure. I'm here to assist.
Oh, it's a habit we're forming.
Unable to build there. Our forces are under attack.
At your disposal.
Unable to build there.
I'm almost expecting him to try and push through my stuff.
Not enough luminite.
It feels like he's going to get aggro.
Call it.
Not enough
On
luminite.
the move.
This is the most vulnerable phase. When you have the when you're just getting the Atlas out, you start to get safe, but you can still lose here because it's slow. So getting the hangar bay going, getting your evac so that you can reposition, and then eventually your upgrade for the evac speed are just so crucial to unlocking the mid game. I can't put any pressure on him with this until the evac is done. But then once the evac's done, I can really get in his face, and that's when the game gets fun.
Call it. Give it to me.
Plotting course.
All right. Well, unfortunately, Soupy McButtsack, another person has refuted your claim in chat. Will you elect to trial by combat, or are we gonna maybe we could do a slap fight? I don't know. How do you guys handle your beef? I like mine medium rare.
What's the plan? Ready?
Alrighty.
Bum, 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 bum.
On route.
Fish in a barrel.
Center mass.
On my way. On my way.
Hit me.
Lay it on me. En route. Ready?
Give it to me. Come to pop. Like a hot knife.
What's the plan? On my way.
Oh, he's trying to catch the drop from the outside.
On
Look
my
at that. You see how he had all of his exos waiting there?
my way.
You see how he had his exos in that spot?
On my way. On my way.
I like that.
Lay it on me. En route.
Yeah, there you go. See? Good play.
On my way. En route.
Top speed. Holding here.
Lay it on me.
There you go.
How can I help?
On my way.
Take what you can get.
En route. Transiting now.
Party Rock is in the house tonight, etc. Everybody just have a good time,
Ready?
etc.
This should be good.
Invalid
Constructing.
location.
Ready? What's the plan?
All right, we get the evac upgrade for speed, and then we move into
Ready.
here. Let's get a depot to power that up.
Lay it on me. Transiting now.
Yes.
En route.
Now remember, the last time that this happened, we saw the big air transition from our opponent. So there's no reason to not expect some similar level of potential, you know, aggro coming in here.
Lay it on me. En route. What's the plan? Lay it on me. What's the plan?
Your ball at home.
Lay it on me. En route. Ready? En route.
Yeah, that was not good.
Sure.
For him, just to be clear, I actually feel pretty great. I feel pretty great for how that went.
On my way.
At your disposal.
Ready. On their six. Transiting now.
Do I have any problems telling my own units apart from his? No.
On my way.
I'm not making any of the same units as him, though, so that's probably a factor. Look how, look how bunched up he got.
Like a hot knife.
Transiting now. On my way. On my way.
I know the medtech's the most expensive one, so focus the expensive stuff down first. Lancers are really, really tanky. It kind of naturally makes them decent against Vulcans, but as long as he's not killing my Vulcans, I'm not really, I'm not worried about it. The Lancer is a melee unit, so it's like, what can he really do anyway? But yeah, he tried to take my health camp, so I just decided I would take all of his health.
Constructing.
What's the plan? Transiting now.
Ready to work. Constructing.
En route. En route.
They asked me if I knew anything about theoretical physics, and I said I theoretically knew physics, and they just gave me the job. Here I was.
Constructing. Ready to work. Awaiting further
Our
instructions.
forces are under attack.
On my way.
You're in my world now.
En route.
Ready for action.
On my way.
Where's the action?
Got him. Feels good, man. Maybe it's improved since the last few years. Well, there you go. There you go. When the red units have a blue glow, it's hard for me. Oh, you mean when he gets like his stim or whatever? If units were on top of each other, maybe. But I don't find the game that hard to read because I make big mech units. I make big ass units, and nobody else does what I do. I don't fight armies that look like mine. So that's probably one of the things that helps. I don't think this game's that hard to read though. Some of the units are pretty small. I think like there's some difficulty with control in certain instances as a result of that, but I don't find it hard to tell what's happening. Maybe in like the Infernal matchup, I don't feel like the team colors are that visible for the Infernal players. The Infernals all just kind of seem like they have that red dark shroud look to them. But I don't play Infernal, so I never get into a situation where I confuse my opponent's units with mine. Nobody else that I have played against in this game ever has done a Vulcan drop on me, for example. Like literally nobody. Nobody tries it. Nobody does it. So I couldn't possibly know how to even deal with it myself. I don't even know how my build would deal with going against my build because nobody ever tries. The most you'll get, like the closest I get to mech play out of my opponents is them doing the hedgehog rush. But even that is still just like it's like a one-base cheese people do to end the game. They're not actually anticipating playing the game out like that. In the rare event that they do, I think we had a game like that today. The opponent still just went into bio. They went Atlases, but eventually they just ended up with bios, so. You find there's something off with the hitboxes? Oh yeah, for sure. Visually, I think some of the units could just be a teeny bit bigger. I like the frame of the SCV because it's got big shoulders. To me, the Bob is a little too small. I think the Bob is too hard to click on. If I could change one thing about Vanguard and one thing only and fix everything, well, it probably wouldn't fix everything because obviously I'm not God or anything like that. But if I could, I would probably try to just very simply replace the Bob with SCVs. Like that would be cash. I could do that.
Robot engaged. Awaiting further instructions.
Yeah, he just wants to run the fiends into my base to keep me at home. That's all. I don't think he's going to be super aggressive based on his build. So I'm going to try to be like 3% greedier. Someone did a cheesy one base variant of a Vulcan drop to you. Yeah, there's some problems. There's definitely some bugginess with the controls. I think the game is still very much so a work in progress. That being said, I still can't get enough of it. So, you know, I play in spite of the bugs. They don't really bother me as much as I get joy out of playing the game. So, that's for me. That's the lever. That's the lever. All right, getting our tier 2, then we can get our Vulcans going. Then we, you know, something. Now we're on easy street, and it feels so sweet, etc., etc., etc. World is but a treat. Blah 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 blah. Good champagne, you know the song. You know the song.
At your disposal.
Not enough luminite. Not enough luminite.
When you have a lot of Therium patches, you can mine with as many workers as there are patches. They just go away and grow at a rate that typically incentivizes you to be playing a style that gives you other stuff. Okay, yeah, lots of melee, lots of brutes. Well, if that's the case, then we'll have to give him a proper welcome.
Not enough luminite.
Ready. Your directive.
Not enough
This
luminite.
should be good.
Hope they reveal the third race soon so you can make your choice on what you're going to play. I actually wanted to play Infernals, and then I think it was the Devastator build. That was one of the NDA builds. Infernal used to work very differently. I kind of got turned off from them early on. But ever since I was able to test and play with the Vulcan drops and the Atlas drops and the Hedgehog drops, I was saying the Hedgehog is the worst unit in the game like 2 weeks ago, you know? I hated it. The very first thing I ever said about the Hedgehog was how trash it was, and now here I am. Here I am. Who's the villain now, Flash? But you know what? That's the beauty of being humble enough to just be open to that stuff. I don't think I lost too much. Don't think I lost too much for what I sacrificed, and at the end of the day, I actually do kind of really like how technical you can get with the builds. It's a huge dub in my opinion.
At your disposal.
The fact that I can go like 4 or 5 layers deep into a strategy tree in this game with how little is done is like, I love it. When I play these games, I feel like Infernal is missing some zoning tool that isn't a turret. Aside from that, I would say probably the other biggest thing is that Vanguard. Vanguard early game needs another look at. The free unit, the free dog, the free unit thing. I'm never gonna be on board with that. Not to that degree anyway. No free aggressive units that kill stuff. So you guys want to see how you guarantee value, right?
On my way.
We just move them here.
What's the plan?
But I can kill both of his meat farms at once.
What's the plan?
Oh no, I used the shield on the mine. I used my shield on the freaking anti-air mine. Oh, Nathaniel, you silly goober, you goofy goober.
On my way. Transiting now. Transiting now. En route. Transiting now. En route. En route. Transiting now. Lay it on me.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Yes, Commander?
On my way. What's the plan? On my way.
Our forces are under attack.
Ready.
Supply.
It's going up. It's going up. Okay.
Ready. What's the plan?
Not enough luminite.
En route.
Constructing.
Unable to build there.
At your disposal.
itchy trigger finger.
You're directed.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the mineral income there. I got the third base.
Ready.
Got that going up. Now we just get out the second evac and we begin
What's the plan?
the final phase.
Lay it on me.
I accidentally put a mine. I accidentally put my shield onto the anti-air mine that I left outside of his base. The mine that was right here. I accidentally clicked directly on it. You know how hard it is to click on shit in this game?
Lay it on me.
Do you have any idea how hard it is to click shit in this game? It's scary difficult. I mean, it is tough. Those are real small. The mine didn't die, though. That's true. That's true. The mine did survive that fight. I mean, was he what I wanted to survive? No, but he is what I got. And I can't really change much about reality, so I think that's fair. That's fair. We made the most of it regardless. We made the most of it regardless. You always open double hedgy factory against Infernal. They're too fun to micro. That's fair. That's fair. I find them a little bit unwieldy. I'm not the best player technically. I'm not like very good with my mechanics and whatnot. I just try and win on strategy and dank memes, as I'm sure you've been made aware.
What's the plan? En route. On my way. Lay it on me. Transiting now. On my way. Transiting now. Lay it on me.
Oh yeah, I think Age of Empires is a great example of well done with the early scouts. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Lots of really good games to take inspiration from. Yeah, see, that's the cool thing. I don't actually have to engage you here if I don't want to.
Plan.
Moving out.
Transiting now. On their tail. On my
There we
way.
go.
All power.
Yeah, and his little Twilight Spire guys right here.
En route. On my way. En route.
He's stuck, huh?
On my way.
Yeah, his units can't path into that spot.
Transiting now.
Fish in a barrel. Your ball to call. With extreme precision.
Our forces are under
Got an
attack.
itchy trigger finger.
At your disposal. Constructing.
Blowing stuff up or what?
At your
Invalid.
disposal.
I did not get my evac speed upgrade. That was definitely something I could have used for that escape.
Your ball to call.
En route. On my way.
I got very greedy.
Now.
I got very greedy, but I've been sitting in my base for most of this game, so you're just gonna have to deal with that. I probably shouldn't take. I got one more Atlas being made. Okay. Yeah, let's leave the Vulcans.
On my way. On my way.
Orders.
All systems go.
Constructing. This should be good.
Okay.
Ready. En route.
We'll follow.
Transiting now. En route. En route. Ready. Transiting now. En route. En route. On my way. On my way. Transiting now. Transiting now. Lay it on me. En route.
Nice.
En route. Lay it on me. On my way. Transiting now. Transiting now. On my way. Ready. En route. Transiting now. On my way. Transiting now. En route. Transiting now. On their six. On my way. Transiting now. On their tail.
Look at me, man. I'm a fucking juggler now.
Transiting now. On my way.
Crusty
On
jugglers.
my way. En route. On my way. Transiting now. On my way. On my way. En route.
Placing
Our forces are under attack. Insufficient barium.
What's the plan? En route. Transiting now. En route. Lay it on me. En route.
Ooh, wa-da-da-da-dum, ba-da-dee.
En route. Lay it on me.
Yeah, we might need more hedgehogs, right?
Ready. On my way.
Think we might need more hedgehogs.
En route. What's the plan? Transiting now. Transiting now. Transiting now. En route.
Ready for action.
Transiting now. En route. Transiting now. On my way. What's the plan? On their tail.
Ready.
En route. En route. Ready. On my way. On their tail. On my way. Lay it on me. On my way. On their tail. Transiting now. Transiting now.
Gets a little easier to just control them using the
What's
the freaking arrow keys at that point.
Okay.
Lay it on me.
On their six.
En route. Transiting now.
Nothing there. Okay, good.
Transiting now. En route. En route.
Rolling.
Transiting now. Lay it on me. Ready. En route. Transiting now. En route. On my way.
It's about to get weird.
En route. Transiting now. Ready. En route.
I'm here to assist.
Transiting now. En route. En route. Lay it on me. En route. What's the plan? Transiting now. Transiting now.
Our forces are
On
under
my way.
attack.
Nope.
Bot activated.
I'm listening.
Can let some hedgehogs die though. It's fine. We're getting there.
Lay it on me.
Placing structure. How can I help? Constructing.
What's the plan? Lay it on me. Transiting now. En route. On their six. On their tail. En route. Ready when you are. En route. Transiting now. Lay it on me.
This is gonna get nuts because I mean I'm gonna go crazy. I'm doing it. I'm going loco.
Insufficient barium. Our forces are under attack.
Constructing. Sure.
On my
Like
way.
Kesha, man. Tonight we're going hard.
En route. Lay it on me.
Ready for combat.
Ready. En route. En route. Lay it on me. On my way. Ready. Transiting now. Transiting now. On my way. Transiting now.
Yeah, I'm on his spire, so he actually can't make anything anymore.
Transiting now. What's the plan? Transiting now. On my way. En route. Transiting now. Transiting now. Transiting now. En route.
Let's get to it.
Lay it on me. What's the plan? On their six. On my way. On my way.
Got him. So sick. Wonder if the Chimera from co-op ends up being a proper infernal anti-air in tier 3. Yeah, that seems possible, right? That seems totally possible. There's a bunch of stuff that's already in the game that we just don't even know if it's going to end up being used for that purpose. I mean, There's a slaughter pit. There's a slaughter pit building for the Infernal that's only in co-op, and you can't build it. The AI has it, but they have a slaughter pit. God knows what that's going to be for, right? And then the Infernal also have a really good air-to-air unit called the Chimera, as you mentioned. So there's definitely some cool concepts and ideas that they're playing around with that I find pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. You haven't played any SC2 in 3 years, but this looks amazing. Thank you. Yeah, I do think this is fun. I do think this is really fun. It's obviously very rough and very early, but I've Kickstarter backed games before, so it's not that new to me. Most of the time, you have to wait years and years after you kickstart something before you can see anything. So I'm just glad I can play the game. I like it. You don't know, but it looks cool. It does look cool. A slaughter pit? Man, I just want to know. I just hope it's a Sarlacc. I just hope that it's a Sarlacc. I'm like, I want the Infernals to like have a special unit that goes out on the map and collects bodies and brings them back to the Sarlacc pit. Dude, I mean, look, I don't even play Infernal. I don't really have much of an intention on playing that much Infernal, at least 1v1 wise, but in co-op, that sounds dope. Oh, are you talking about Zero Space with the EXP towers? Yeah, no, this game has camps. This game is kind of like jungle camps, a little more akin to League of Legends, I think, than Zero Space. Yeah, Zero Space does the EXP towers on the map. Stormgate is about it's more like jungle camps. Yeah, Sarlacc wall building. Hey, enemy unit tries to run by. It's an invisible structure, but if your opponent steps over it, you can just eat them. Well, that sounds fair. I don't know, man. Maybe just put like a light indicator on the ground, like a really, really, really hard to see one, and then let it kill everything within like a 1 radius. But give it enough splash so that anything even remotely close to it is guaranteed to... Oh, fuck, I made the Widow Mine again. Sorry. If I stop building this, it will break my game and I will not be able to ever finish the tower, so... This is a pretty compromising situation to be in. I don't have much I can do about it, so... Yeah, I don't know. Can I get the kill on this brute? Is that possible? No? Okay, cool.
Not enough luminite.
Ready. Coordinates locked. Plotting course. Constructing.
Yeah, if you stop building a turret with 2 guys on it like that at the start, it just breaks. It'll break for the rest of the game. You can never finish it. So... I try not to pull a worker off of making the turret early on. That's one of the reasons why Infernal players do that build. They just hope that you pull your workers away for just 1 second, and then it's over. You just lose immediately.
At your disposal. At your disposal. At your disposal. At your disposal.
Fear is for the enemy.
Moving out.
Are you talking about the dog's unit model? I think they said that they're probably going to change it anyway.
Robot engaged.
It seems like... I don't know. For some reason, it feels like they regret making it seem like it was like a dog cyborg thing. I thought it was a cool idea. I don't know. Out in the frontier, if I were fighting giant alien monsters that wanted to impregnate me with like alien babies and make them blow out of my chest, you know what I mean? I feel like it would be an all hands on deck kind of situation, but I do understand that for some people it's a lot.
Transiting now. Constructing. Ready.
But humans have explored and hunted and fought with the beasts by our side since the earliest days, right? It doesn't seem that weird to me. I don't know.
How can I help? Already.
If we were out on the frontier facing the unknown, I'd be kind of surprised if it was just us, honestly. But I get it.
Complete.
So I think they're gonna end up redoing the whole model. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're just gonna redo it to just be a robot dog. I'm pretty sure that's the point that they want to hammer home with that, is how it seems. So I have no doubt in my mind. This might be too late. I might just die here. My Vulcan may not come out in time.
How can I help? Ready. We'll follow. Following. This should be good.
Like, I don't know. In Monster Hunter, they gave you a golden retriever skin for the dog that you have as a companion in the game, and he can fight with you, and you can run around, use it as a mount and stuff. So, I don't know. Some games people are weird about it. Other games they're not. But I guess fighting giant dinosaurs maybe helps make it seem a little more believable. Probably the word hunting, I guess. Yeah, probably.
Ready to work.
Enough luminite.
All of that to say, I'm pretty sure they're redoing the model for it because they don't want people to think it's a real dog. So you'll be good. You'll be good.
Got an itchy trigger finger.
At
Not
your
enough
disposal.
luminite.
Yes? Reporting for work.
Not enough luminite.
Reporting for
People stopped doing that Doombringer build already, huh? People figured that one out real quick.
Not enough
That only lasted like a week. Well, it lasted like a week or two. It was every single game. For a solid 2 weeks, like literally every single game was the same.
On my way. En route. En route. Transiting now.
Fish in a barrel.
Oh yeah. We're doing this, man. We're doing it.
On my way. En route.
Give it to me.
Transiting now.
Oh, I couldn't save him. Oh well.
Transiting now.
That's fine.
What's the plan? En route. En route. Transiting now. Lay it on me.
Sure. Alrighty. You're directed.
Well, he tried to get a nice little punch.
Ready. Ready. Lay it on me.
You're directed.
Lay it on me. En route.
I did not get to move out of across the map immediately the way I wanted to, so that kind of sucks, but I think we'll be okay. Let's take the resource camps. It's fair. Just compensation.
On my way. En route. Transiting now. En route. Transiting now. What's the plan? Transiting.
I was originally under the impression that it was meant to be like, oh, this dog was like, I don't know.
Complete.
I just imagined that it was like an average thing. Like, oh yeah, these people are out on the frontier with limited resources. They are not in a position to only do things that are like completely above board, right? They have to, because the thing is, if your argument is that they would never have dogs, because why wouldn't they replace them with robots? It's like, why wouldn't all the people be robots, right? It's like, if that's, I don't know. Fantasy-wise, I get it for people's feelings, but there's no reason why people wouldn't have dogs with them if we were in outer space. I just don't think that that'd be the case. That's all.
What's the plan? En route.
Yes.
Lay it on me.
Ready. Yes.
Just to be clear, it's not something that like I think they shouldn't change. It's one of those few things to talk about that isn't the game's not done. So I'm happy to entertain most discussion.
Transiting now. On my
That's why I think they won't make the third race be about cats.
transiting.
But also, Cats is making his own game as well, so I don't know why they would make the whole game about him anyway. That doesn't make any sense either.
En route.
Ready.
Ready.
En route. En route.
You're directed. Awaiting further instructions.
Transiting now. On
Let's
my
fight, baby. I'm gonna wreck it.
Transiting now.
Our base is
On
under
my way.
attack.
Give it to me.
Transiting now. Transiting now. Transiting
You and your static defense.
What's the plan?
You and your static defense.
On my way. Transiting now. En route. En route. Transiting now.
Call it.
What's the plan? On my way. En route.
Save him.
Transiting now.
Save him.
Yes? At your disposal.
En route.
All right, we got him. We got him.
On my way.
Actually, you know what's a...
En route.
Here, take the snack pack. There you go. You deserved it. Get yourself some little chicken nuggies. Look at you. Good boy.
Making tracks.
Okay, now we bring him back.
Transiting now. Ready. What's the plan?
Constructing.
Unable to
It's
locate.
going up. Relocation commencing.
Give it to me.
Now this, since he does have, right, the shadow stuff, we do have to expect that this is the part of the game where he's going to be building a rather large non-zero accumulation of air units.
Not the
So this is where we need to anticipate getting a few hedgies out.
On their six. Ready.
Or we could just YOLO everything directly into his base, Nathaniel. That's right. Just click straight there. Don't even think about it. Don't even worry about it, dog. Don't even trip. Just go. Just go, baby. Just go. Push it to the limit because we're in it to win it. We're in it to win it. Oh, yeah.
Way.
Look at that.
Way.
Give me something to shoot.
Kill me! Wee! Yahoo!
Way. Ready. On my way. En route. Transiting now.
Got an itchy trigger finger.
On their tail. Lay it
Nice.
on me.
Our forces
Ready.
are under attack.
What's the plan?
Wee! Look at that. Look at that. The precision.
What's the plan?
Surgical.
En route.
Surgical.
Constructing.
Insufficient
Ready.
energy.
Lay it on me. En route. Lay it on me.
He
Ready.
doesn't even know what's coming.
On their tail. Lay it on me. Report for duty. Lay it on me.
Reporting for duty.
Transiting now.
I read you, sir.
Ready. Transiting now. Lay it on me. Lay it on me.
They're going to be the statue holograms from the cinematic. Oh, the people who built the storm gates? I mean, I'm under the impression that the humans found the storm gates and then opened them, right? And then the infernals came through as a result. That's my current understanding of the lore. I'm just kind of basing that off of the cutscene and the premise of the game because there's an assumption that the infernals needed the gates to be able to come kill everybody, right? So
Transiting now.
I would be. I don't know that they necessarily could open it themselves. I feel like it's maybe a little bit of a lament configuration situation.
Invalid location.
En route. On my way.
Nate, why'd you show yourself? Take only what you need.
On my way.
Here we go.
Lay it on me. What's the plan? Transiting now. En route. Lay it on me.
I want to spread the hedgehogs out in his base so that it's as difficult as possible for him to try and make a move.
What's the plan? On my way.
Locked and loaded.
Yeah. Oh, he's stuck. He's stuck now. The air units will just never be able to do anything here.
Call it. Got an itchy trigger finger.
Lay it on me.
Holding here.
En route. On my way. On my way. On my way.
He pulled it into him and it fired, which is kind of funny.
On my way. En route. Lay it on me. Transiting now. Lay it on me. En route. On my way.
Yeah, they're so slow. I just kind of micro. I can peel. I can literally kite him out of his own base with this unit.
Vulcan online.
Insufficient Therium.
On my way. En route.
Nice. Yo, so like that Doesn't look like any Infernals. Ah, yeah. This guy's paying attention to those cutscenes, man. We got like one or two cinematics we got to see, but damn. Only partying can do it. Yeah, it's a tough game. It's very fun though. I've been enjoying playing this a lot. I really have. I think my style is pretty busted. It's OP for sure. I'm kind of built different too though, so nobody else even does it. My strategy is so good that nobody else does it, and all I do with it is win. It's a good life. It's a good life, guys. Tomorrow we are going hard in the paint. Tomorrow we're going hard in the paint. It's gonna be our Vanguard Friday love, all right? So make sure you tune in. We'll be playing some SC2 to warm up, and then we'll be having a nice, long, crazy Stormgate stream. Wanna really hit it out of the park. I really want to hit it out of the park tomorrow. So, winning Stormgate games wearing that jacket. You like it? You like it? You need me to turn? It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's very retro. Yeah, it's right up my alley. This is my cozy coat. It's my cozy coat. When it's really cold, it doesn't really work, so I don't wear it in the winter, but it's very cozy. Hope you guys have a great night. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Make sure you brush your teeth and do all that stuff so that you live long enough to watch me play this game when it comes out, okay? God bless you. See you around.